Hello. What's up? Alright, we're gonna have to write a guide before we continue the challenge, guys. But PTR is not up, so we're gonna have to do it on live servers, and it's gonna be weird. But I'm sure it's fine. Maybe. Alright, I need some room on my Google Drive. Why is Google Drive always full? I saw the other people are already so far. They're already level 70 and gearing their character. I'm gonna be incredibly late. Hey Django, thanks for 8 months. Morning. Don't worry, I'll be level 70 when the new patch comes out. It's fun. Good morning, TikTok. What's up? Let's turn in. Wait. Let's turn this revival catalyst in before I forget again. Also, wait, did I do my vault? Oh, I would have to do one more dungeon. Ugh. Okay, let's do one more dungeon before we do the Uldaman guide. Wait, where's the swing again? Oh, here.
The keepers gave us thought. We serve order.
Okay. One quick dungeon. What is my key? I think I have Ruby or something. If I find my key. Ruby. Okay, let's just do a lower one. Which dungeon is fast and fun? What are the affixes again? Spatula quaking. Court of Stars? Man, I hate courts. But it is fast and fun. Well, no, it's fast. It's not fun. Shadow Moon is horrible. I hate that dungeon. Oh. Oh, that's convenient. Are you excited for the new dungeons? I kind of am, but I think they're gonna be a bit scuffed when they get released. I don't think they'll fix them.
An old student of
I don't think
mine
they'll
still
fix them in
resides
time.
in the city. There once was a time I thought I could trust her. Make sure she understands what happens to traitors.
No faith. Oh my god, I'm a female undead. That's cool. Yeah, I agree, Cavo. It is very true. People get bored so quickly.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I agree. The first few weeks are going to be very interesting with tuning. But I guess the first few weeks people are focused on the race wheel first anyway, so... But then again, Blizzard's also focused on a race wheel first, so... There's not going to be any dungeon fixes the first 2 weeks, maybe. You can do Uldaman Mythic Sarah, right? Yeah, yeah. Hey, Celeste, what's up? Guten Morgen, Ares?
We'll take a side entrance to the grounds. Too many eyes are watching the front. This is your best chance to eliminate the
My day has been
Grand
going
Magistrates.
good so far.
Good luck. It seems the Dusk Watch are charged with keeping order during the party. Might I suggest
How about
a
yours?
hidden approach? Along the way, you'll want to disable their arcane beacons and keep the sentries from raising the alarm.
Marked by lightning.
Be like you.
5, 4, 3,
The elements answer to me.
The elements. We're doing the room. The forbidden room. That's a shit. I don't like it.
Marked by lightning.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Hey Marcy, thanks for the 3 months. How are you? Oh, I made it. Wait. Oh. It's not ninja pulling. Do you see that? Do you see my cat? Oh my god, this is a tragedy. It's gonna pull the boss, isn't it? Oh, it's gonna pull the boss.
The elements answer to me.
Wait, are they not pulling anymore? Did they fix it? Oh, they might have fixed it. Interesting. I'll see you. We can just pull the boss and disable it after. I can't believe my cat didn't pull. Did you see that? 2 times. I thought it would pull this patrol and the boss. Apparently not, though.
No trespassers allowed. I need reinforcements.
Oh, we disabled the red one as well.
The elements answer to me.
Five,
Oops. That coffee is just so good. And by coffee, I mean milk with sugar and the taste of coffee.
This will marked by lightning.
Nice thundering.
Nicely done, coward.
And we're taking the illegal route. Look at my cats just being out of range. They're trying their hardest. Just can't reach it. There we go. Good old coffee flavored milk,
Watch
yep.
out up here.
You know
I've
it.
heard of a demonic council that draws strength from one another.
I'm not solar beaming
Spine
this.
must be broken.
Because then we don't have an interrupt for the next ads.
Explore the area.
That
and
we're gonna
find a
inevitably
way to
pull
separate
in the next 3
council
seconds.
members. Divided, they cannot stand against you.
Marked by lightning.
I just threw a balloon to shade. Whoops. That shade really did die though. Instead of my screen. I can't cast this. Oh, good. I had no dot steps, so it did no damage. Because my class sucks. We did not interrupt the ice.
Marked by lightning.
Marked by lightning. That shade is awfully close to me.
The emissary must be notified.
Make yourself useful and take a look around.
And first just spawn behind us. Hey, Lil Bob, thanks for 2 months. What's up? Yes, apparently the craft gear will just automatically be Force 21 next patch for some reason. I guess to just so the craft the gears better as like a starter gear.
5, 4,
Something like that. That's quaking. Commit!
Fires will come for you.
Watch the enforcer spawn. It might spawn right here.
Check out that noise.
Where we're currently standing.
The elements answer to me.
Okay, it's on the other
5,
side.
4, 3,
Hey, Needy, what's up?
The elements answer to me!
You don't actually have to do it in first, but I guess we can.
5, 4,
Where's my oh? One interrupt. Nice. That is quaking. I do not have a knock for this. So we don't need it.
Intruders are here! You!
Still
Have
need
a look
trash.
over there.
Oh, we pull this.
The elements
That is interesting. Huh. Do we have enough interrupts for this? I guess we just let the glare go through. Just heal it. Oh, whoa! That's. I did not anticipate that frontal going in my direction. Should I take the rest? I think I'll just wait. I don't think they need me.
marked by lightning.
We didn't clear the trash for the orb. Or for the book. Ah, we don't need the book and the orb. It's okay. We don't need it. Now you must delete your druid. Good point, good point.
Who needs henchmen? I'll burn you myself. I'm feeling positively radiant.
Oh, yeah. That was a cast. I don't want to beam this cast because beam is very good for the imps.
Marked by lightning.
Interrupt! Oh my god! What is happening?
5,
Nice, okay, we don't need health.
It will amuse me to watch you melt.
We don't need that shit. Just heal us. How? Did we not spec intro? Is that what is happening? Did we just not pick up the talent?
For the bonfire. Scorched bones. So delightful.
Oh, I'm scared.
More kindling
Oh,
for
he
the
learned that.
bonfire. It will amuse me to watch you melt. Marked by lightning.
It's okay, we're doing it. Easy for us. Somebody has to fail the event.
Well so far.
Wait, the weaker still works, right? Or does it? Wait, I'm trying.
Speaking with chatty nobles may
I think it
reveal
does
a
work.
spy. Just avoid drawing attention to yourself with wild accusations.
I'm not sure if it works. Is it actually the last one I'm talking to, or is it not working? Okay, I think it's not working. I talked to all of them, right? Short sleeves, no cap. Well, shit. I guess we fixed it. Oh, they just changed the idea to that. I mean, I do have the updated one. But I'm not sure if it was updated again. I have the second update. I'm not sure if there's a third update.
Marked by lightning.
Excellent. Now that we have
Excellent.
the key, the way to the balcony should be open. It's time to put an end to Elisand.
And just so what's up?
Do you expect me to waste time chattering with vapid nobles even as my enemies close in? Look there, you fool. We are not alone.
Impossible. My guards would never permit such an intrusion.
Well, the interesting thing about the enemy bar, like I have the enemy Casper up here, yeah?
Consider this your
And the
chance
interesting
to
thing is
clear
that I kind of,
Dispose of these
like it's so
outsiders.
big and it's
I must
so,
return to
like,
the Nighthold.
far up the screen that I honestly just ignore it most of the time.
Finally.
Like-
I'll make this quick.
I think it's actually a horrible position because you never look up there.
I will speed you towards your demise.
Because I always look here, right? Because this is where my most important information is. Like, this is where my group frame is and my health bar and my weak grass. So never look all the way up there. So it's actually a horrible position.
Bleed.
I have to change it. I always say that I have to change it, and then I never do, though.
I will speed you towards your demise.
I think as a viewer, like, if you're not the one actually playing, then it seems useful to you. Because it is, like, pretty prominent on the screen. But for me, because I am looking, like, as I said, my eyes are always here, in the middle of my screen, right? So I'm actually not looking all the way up there. That is way too far off my viewing area.
5,
for the Grand Magistrates. Death by 1,000 cuts.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
Bleed for the Grand Magistrates.
Why is there one going sideways? Oh, it's the one from Melandris. I see now.
I will speed you towards your demise. Death by 1,000 cuts. If you blink, you bleed. Bleed for... The elements answer to me! Death by 1,000 cuts. If you blink, you bleed.
5, 4,
Bleed for the Grand Magistrates. Death by 1,000 cuts. Bleed for the Grand Magistrates. If you blink, you bleed. Death by 1,000.
Elisant. Alright, nice.
We may have restored of the Grand Magistrates too,
I
but
have
the time
to
will come.
maybe do some
Sooner
keystone
or
negative. I
later,
don't
we'll find another
want
way
to.
settle the score.
Hey, Destroyer, thanks for 27 months. What's up? I think I'm gonna do the Uldaman thing real quick. And then we do the challenge thing. That sounds like a plan. How do you get to Uldaman? Wait, I have to go all the way there, right? Fuck. I dream grove, right? That's the way. I dream walk. Or do I dream walk? Hey, Kuga, you always enter lunar eclipse on single target. And then you cast Wrath in lunar eclipse. Wait. Where's it again? Here? Oh, yeah. Then you cast Wrath in lunar eclipse unless you have 2 set stacks or an Umbral Embrace proc. Cinematic? There was a cinematic? No, I didn't see that. I mean, I probably am not gonna be interested in it either, but I'll check it out, I guess. You know me and the lore. YouTube.com refused to connect. Apparently, I'm not allowed to watch the cinematic. I'm not allowed to watch it. Oh, now I can. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Should we watch that? 3 minutes, guys. Alright, fine. Oh. I got to change my thing away from the TikTok format. Wait a second. Ooh, dragons. I see angry at the dragons. What's wrong with you? The Marokai. Angry people. What the hell? It's a lizard man. Fire lizard man. Oh my god.
Halt! You trespassing Shakar territory. Explain what you are doing here.
Oh my god, what is this? A horror movie? Close your eyes, guys. Close your eyes. I can't believe that you would approach a person that's on fire. Wait. Where's the entrance to this dungeon again? Oh, here. Okay. Only one of his hands is on fire. Oh, he's casting things. Oh, it looks kind of cute.
Can we get on with it? You said we'd find it here.
We have. From what I have transcribed, Neltharion had a hidden path to avarice.
Isn't that the fucking Ardenweald lady? The Queen of the Woods? She does look like her. Is it her? She looks a bit frosty. It's a frosty version of the Queen of the Woods. Right?
Just below this ridge.
Sealed beneath earth and
Oh, and that guy looks like Gul'dan, except a rock guy. Kind of.
water. Undisturbed for thousands of years.
Then let us open the way.
Let us open the way. I like her. I like the voice actors. They're doing a great job.
Rock. You will feast upon the elemental power below. Wake the elders from their
They're not waking up a dragon right now. What is this, Wrath of Lich King?
slumber and incinerate any who stand in our way.
Why is he not helping? Oh, there he is. Oh, fine, he's a fireball. Oh, he is a dragon. That's a nice looking dragon.
Exquisite. In his wake, the Drakthir will succumb to the temptation of avarice and unleash the aspect's darkest nightmares.
Come. We have much to do.
So much. She reminds me of this one picture of Twilight. You know this picture of the old vampires of Twilight, where they're like they're like up this like old building and they're looking down onto the common folk, you know? That's her. I love her.
Let the children of Neltharion claim their birthright.
That's kind of cool. You don't know that picture? Come on. Unbelievable. What do you mean you're not 15-year-old girls? You just don't know your memes. Unbelievable. There's just absolutely no way you don't know this. What's wrong with you guys? Obviously you know this. Still nothing? Okay. You guys just don't know any memes, okay? What are you? 50 years old? Are you new to the internet? Come on, guys. Thanks for 60 months, Gallery. What's up? The meme does stand for itself. If you didn't watch Twilight, you might not know that the picture is from Twilight, yeah. That is true. Because the meme is self-explanatory. You don't need to actually have watched the show to understand it. But yeah, that's her, right? I like the cinematic. That was nice. Are these three people the boss? The boss that changes? You know what I mean? I'm explaining this very badly. This one boss that has like 3 bosses that change in the new raid. Are those 3? Maybe not, actually. Or maybe? I think they are. Possibly. They won't be in the raid. Ah, shit. I thought these are the lizard men. Because there's one boss that has 3 lizard men that change. So I thought it's maybe those 3. So who are these 3 people then? You think they're in the last raid? Somebody... Oh, is there a Taliesin video that explains the cinematic? Probably not, right? It's too early. It's 14 hours ago. I want a lower person to explain this to me. These are Rasagev's siblings. Why are they free now? Weren't they, like, in cages above Rasagev? And then we killed Rasagev, so how the hell did they get free? Oh, there's the rest. They escaped. Of course they escaped. Oh. You didn't watch the cutscene after you killed Rasagev? Of course not. Huh. Alright then. That's a cool cinematic though. I liked it. It was cool. Alright, so let's do a quick... What is this, Mythic 0?
We aspects must restore the powers we relinquish.
Yes, it is.
To
Okay.
defeat Deathwing.
So... We have to do a quick guide, and by quick I mean a very long guide, because this dungeon is long. First of all, let me understand this dungeons.
Find that disc and bring
So
it
we
back
go
to me.
here,
It may
then there's
contain
the last
knowledge we
dwarfs down
need
here,
to
and you go back
regain our
up.
strength.
There's that guy. There's that guy, and then... Oh, you can go left or right. Oh, okay, okay. I see. And there's Emberon. And then you go this weird path. Okay. It's pretty linear. There's not much you can do, I guess. So what do these leaper people do? They leap. What a surprise. Is that all they do? I think that is all they do. They just leap. Well, simple enough, so we don't write anything about those guys. So then we have the Geomancer. The Berserker, I think, actually enrages everyone around them at like 40% HP or something. What does this Geomancer do? He does Stone Spike. Is that all he does? Chain lightning? I think that is all he does. I should watch a PTR video about this and then go through it like I did with the other one. That makes sense, I think. If I have one. Hey, Darkwater, what's up? I'm pretty sure we played this dungeon. Yeah.
Wild, but...
Alright, so the leapers to the leap. Then we have a basilisk, a berserker, and a geomancer. So the basilisk does jump on the tank, it looks like. The berserker does the slam around him. What did he die to? Oh, aggro, probably. Oh, and then the basilisk, the spiked carapace. Is that a buff on himself, maybe? I think we actually reset here. Didn't we reset? Because now died? Brutal slam. And now he does the enrage. Or did he? Oh, yeah. Reckless rage. I think he does this once when he's like 40% HP. So what's his name again? Hulking. Brutal stun. Stuns. This is bad. Reduce the movement speed of the target by 30% for 1 minute. Is it actually 1 minute though? Certainly not. Brutal slam. There, disease bite. Oh, it might be 1 minute actually. Actually, it looks really long, but maybe not 1 minute. More like 20 seconds? Hard to tell. I don't think it matters though. Okay, then right, so it costs all allies 20 yards to inflict 20% increased damage and take 20%. Oh, they take 20% increased damage, so. Ignore line of sight. The other thing doesn't really matter, right? See spied. Tank attack plus sees slow sleep dash. Geomancer. Hey Sam, what's up? Thanks for 10 months. Don't worry about it. What are they called though? Stone vault. Oh my god, I can't tap. Okay, this is the wrong guy. There we go. Chain lightning and stone spike. The Germans cast a spike of stone to jab at the target, inflicting nature. So this is a tank attack, I think. But let me double check. Yeah, I think this guy only casts on the tank. Yeah, it looks like it. And then this thing, Demon strikes an enemy with a lightning bolt that arcs to another nearby enemy, inflicting nature damage. Okay, so chain lightning. Stone what? Stone spike? Tank. Attack. Interruptible. I don't know what these basilisks are called. Never targeted. Around. Vicious. Vicious basilisk. Charm inflicts physical damage to an enemy. Huh? Hardens the caster's spiny exterior, inflicting nature damage to attackers for 12 seconds. And this was interruptible or not? I was. Okay. Physical tank attack. Buffs himself with thorns. Okay. Okay, that's about it for these mobs here. Oh yeah, this is where we reset. Because now's pool didn't go well. So we did it again. It's just so we can top the damage meter. See, this is what damage dealers do. This is what would happen if keys wouldn't lower in key level whenever you deplete them. Horrible. Alright, so Geomancer, Geomancer, Berserker, Leaper. I think we might have just the same mobs here. So Basilisk. Okay, Noni mob. All of the same mobs here. Geomancer, Berserker, Geomancer. Was the Spike Carapace dispellable? Oh yeah, it was magic. He dispelled it, actually. Let's mention that. And dispellable magic. I mean, it's obvious that it's magic because it's dispellable. Pretty sure magic is the only thing you can dispel from a mob. Well, in end range, yeah. Okay, so no new mobs. All of the same. Okay, so now this boss fights. So Balog, Eric, and Olaf. When reaching 1 energy, they activate their ultimate longbow droid. The magical dwarven longbow shoots players with Syringa. When last droid reaches 10% health remaining, he retreats to the longboat for the rest of the battle. So 10% they jump into the boat, and at 100 energy. And the more mobs there are in the boat, the more Searing can fire their shoot. But it's dodgeable, so it's whatever, right? Alright, so this Balog guy, which is... Let me first... I mean, they all look the fucking same, yeah? So the blonde dwarf, the red dwarf, and the... I don't even... It's also blonde, I guess. Oh, shit. Green, red, blue. Okay, so green dwarf... has a frontal. Double frontal. Dwarf boss. Green dwarf. Two frontal attacks. Then red dwarf. This guy charges to a guy. And throws stuff. Oh, and the charge is dodgeable. Hunter type mob shoots random players. It's to a player. Be dodged. Blue dwarf. Alright. Hurls his shield at a player inflicting physical damage. Shield ricochets towards up to 5 players within 5 yards. And then Olaf leaps to a fellow's 8 and plants his shield. This protects an area and reduces the damage that takes by 75%. What is the shield called from Paladins? That jumps around? Like a chain lightning? I'm in a shield. Yes. Jumps to another dwarf and casts shield. Percent damage reduction. Interruptible. I assume it's interruptible normally, right? Oh wait, he doesn't cast it. Oh, I see now. This is dodgeable. Oh, dude, how much damage is just due to THD? Did he have aggro? It almost one-shot him with Dark Pact up. Did you see that? No way that's intended. This guy is fucking Dark Pact up. He almost died. What the fuck? throws. Not. Targets its AoE. Random player. That's a lot of damage. And then the shield was interruptible, right? Yeah, this is interruptible. Is this normal type of damage? Does he always cast this at random people? Oh, I guess they entered the boat now. So they don't stay, do they stay forever in the boat? Or is this just like a phase? I think they might be coming out of the boat again, right? Oh yeah, they do. Okay, so they come out of the boat again. Let's see if this guy casts this shield again that almost killed THG. Oh, this time it's on Bobby. Is Bobby just gonna die? Wait, why didn't it do that much damage to Bobby now? Maybe he had TD up? TD is pretty broken. Oh, it's in THG again? What the hell? This time it did no damage. Huh. I don't know, dudes. Let's see if Bobby dies. Oh, we killed him. I don't know. At 100% energy, I'll jump on a boat and throw dodgeable fire swirlies at the ground. The dwarf reaches 10% HP. Also jumps into the boat and stays there. All right. Okay, so we have the same mobs again. Leapers and Geomancers. So still the same type of mobs here. Okay, now we have Basilisk. The new ones are the Rock Throwers. They are new. I targeted there for a second. Let me see the name. Gavin, wait. Burley? Okay. Throw a rocket to current target inflicts physical damage. Okay. So they do nothing, basically. There. Leap at random targets. Rock. Throw rocks at aggro targets. These guys don't move, I assume. Who is throwing swirlies? Oh, it's the throw rock that is a swirly. Or? Oh yeah, it is. Can be dodged. It looks like, right? Yeah, it's really, you can dodge. Okay, so we have two Berserkers and Geomons again, nothing new. And then we have the boss, Bromac. Alright, let's add bellowing shout, calling upon several trucks to join the battle. So we have ambushers and geomancers. The ambushers leap to random targets. And they cast chain lightning and stone spike. Spawns adds. Geomancers, same abilities as trash. And then ambusher. Leave that random targets. Okay. Spawns a totem. Totem releases static shock inflicting nature damage to all players every 2 seconds. That's AoE damage to everyone while alive. If on that, stuns all adds and increases their damage taken by 2%. Is it actually within 8 yards only? Oh yeah, it is. I guess there's an indicator. Thanks for 23, Tamioka. What's up? Thank you so much. Dun, dun. He empowers himself and all Stonewall trucks, increasing haste by 20% in 20 seconds. I think the Bloodlust he only casts when the ads have been alive for a while, right? Let me see him. AoE around himself. Local indicator. Oh yeah, no. Just cast Bloodlust, buffing all. If okay, I'm gonna type something real quick in a Discord before I forget. Maru, thanks for 39 months. What's up? Okay. Next. I really don't like the RNG on this one. That's why I just wrote up an essay. Because whenever this boss spawns for S, they're just completely RNG on what it is. Like it could be 4 Geomancers or 4 Ambushers or 3 Ambushers and 1 Geomancer, 2 Geomancers, 2 Ambushers. Like it seems to be complete RNG on which type of mobs you're getting, which I don't think it should be the case. I think it should be just a set amount of mobs, you know? It should be like maybe 2 Geomancers, 2 Ambushers, or 3 Ambushers, 1 Geomancer, you know? It shouldn't be like complete RNG. Let's hope they fix that. Alright, so now... Have a good day, TikTok! So now we have 3 different mobs here. They're called Earthen Custodian. Earthen Custodian. Okay, they have Cleave. And... Tank attack, bleed. I guess the second bleed. I don't see the bleed stacking on Dark here. Is it not a bleed? Jagged bite. Oh, it does. I see it now. Okay. Oh, wait. Frontal cleave. Sacking bleeds on tank. Disruptible. Okay. It is disruptible, yeah, because you can stun them and it's the cast. Okay, so now we have Weaver. Earthen Weaver. Fires stone bolts and inflicts nature damage to all enemies within 40 yards every 1 second. Inflicts nature damage to an enemy. Well, that seems dangerous. The stone bolt seems to be in a tank though, right? Oh, this is Halo Stone. Oh, it's just a fan of knives, basically. Okay, well, that's still dangerous though. Cast on the tank. Adaptable. Yeah, love stone. And of knives type AoE channel. Disruptible. Yeah, that seems pretty dangerous. Look at all of the casting yellow stones. Alright, so now we have the boss. Take a look at that guy. Talundras. I feel like the Talundras guy never worked the way it was supposed to work. Anyway, Ancient Dynamo. Talundras generates energy over time. Stunning Talundras resets the Ancient Dynamo, draining all of its energy. After 3 seconds, the Dynamo resets and Talundras casts Inexorable and begins generating energy once more. Those defenses are hardened, making her immune to the next 2 stun effects. Okay. Generation 1 and energy challenge becomes unstoppable, making her immune to all crack control abilities, increasing her damage done by 50% for 40 seconds. Whenever Talus recovers from being stunned or casts Titanic Empowerment, she gains 10% additional damage done for the rest of the battle. Yeah, I don't understand this fight. How are you supposed to deal with this? I mean, it's just an enrage effect, I guess. But this is an infinitely stackable enrage effect, which is incredibly horrible for high keys, right? Like, if the boss lives for a long time, you're just gonna infinitely stack up this unrelenting. It's unavoidable to stack it up. I don't get this fight. I don't know what the intention of this fight is. With like an infinitely stackable damage increase. So now you have to stun her, right? So you stun her, which resets, but now she casts this Inexorable, which means she gets a 10% damage increase. For ever. We should have stacked these up here, I think, because she only needs 1 stun. Actually, it was fine to stack. Okay, perfect. So now she was interrupted, but she's gonna get another 10% damage stack. Oh, we actually stunned her there on accident. That was not a good stun. So now we have to stun her again. There we go. But she keeps gaining a damage increase, you know, like it's unavoidable. You see how... Like, I just survived this because I go bear form, yeah? And I barely survived through bear form. And this is only a 20, not tyrannical. Well, this time we died because we didn't... She had the enrage. Yeah, this boss is really awkward. I mean, I guess I can make it stop stacking at some point. Like, this berserking effect here should just be stop. Actually, I don't know how you do. I don't know how they're supposed to fix this boss fight, honestly. Because clearly the way it works right now is not how it's supposed to work. It should not infinitely scale. Because at some point the boss is just unkillable. Which is a dumb way of making a boss unkillable. But then how do you make this boss not dumb? Because you could cap the amount of damage increase the boss gains, right? But I mean, yeah, I guess you could do that. Just cap it at like 5 stacks. But even then, that's a 50% damage increase. I mean, that's a lot. I mean, they could cap it at 5 and then just make the 50% damage increase like survivable. But the other problem is this boss doesn't do anything. I guess you do have to think about the position of the orbs a little bit. Like you have to make sure, depending on how many stuns you need, that you either gather them up or you do not. So now the boss has, wait, so the boss has 5 stacks at this point. He's gonna do 60% damage increase now? I think we're... Actually 5 stacks, 50% damage increase. Now we're sending her again. Now he has a 60% damage increase? Oh no, she doesn't... Oh, she doesn't go above 5. Okay. Or he, fuck, I don't know. So 5 is the maximum. Okay, okay. So they did actually give it a maximum. Why am I dying? Oh wait, I didn't know you get a bleed effect. You get a bleed from dropping the orb? Is that how it works? No. Dude, what did they get the bleed from? Or are they in shards? Oh, this is just a random bleed. Oh, I thought it's on a tank. Ah, this is a random bleed. Huh, it does so much damage. Look at me. Look how much damage I'm taking from this bleed. I literally used everything. I'm just gonna die here. Oh, I didn't die. Oh, I'm alive. But Bobby died. Oh, and I got bleeded. Now I'm dead for sure. Okay, so random bleed. Boss. Okay, how do you explain this now? Boss can be stunned. And then energy. Titanic empowerment. Using 50%. Starts with 2 stacks of stun immunity. Once each stun removes a stack. Once stacks are gone, boss can be sent to interrupt Titanic empowerment. If boss gets stunned, applies 2 stacks of stun immunity again, and himself with 10% damage increase the rest of the fight. Stacks to 5. What did I want to look just now? Two people. What is this called? Resonating orb. Players got a circle and drop an orb on dragging the boss. Okay, well, the interesting thing about this, the interesting thing about this boss is that you actually need a stun class. Like, you need to bring a stun. Because, you only get 2 orbs, and the orbs remove the stun immunity, and then you still need to stun the boss to interrupt the titanic empowerment. So that means you need a player in your group that can actually stun the boss. So if you do this dungeon without a stun, you'll wipe. Bring rogue, what's new? I mean, a lot of classes can stun, yeah. You don't need a rogue for it. But you need a stun, because, I mean, there's definitely... You can definitely form a group where you just do not have a stun, right? Like, it's possible to form a group without a stun. So you have to just be aware of it, I guess. There's a lot of classes that can stun, but it's also possible to form a group without a stun if you don't pay attention, right? It's the same with, like... do you sometimes do an Oakwood offensive? And you sometimes just don't have an offensive perch for the Raging Tempest and for like all of the shields and stuff on the mobs in the Raging Tempest area, and you don't notice until you get there. It's like, oh wait, we don't have a perch. Like, that's something you sometimes just forget to think about. And same would be with stun, because so many classes can stun. That's, you maybe just don't think about it. I mean, it would definitely be possible to form a group without a stun. You could just say, I don't know, you bring a Guardian Druid, which can stun, but you usually don't take it. The only stun that a Druid has is Bash from the class tree, and that's a choice node between Incabror and Bash. And almost every Druid takes Incabror in a class, so you would have to, like, specifically spec into Bash. So yeah, like, I guess you can bring a Guardian Druid without Bash. You could bring a Resto Druid without Bash, or a Evoker doesn't have a stun, right? Well, Deep Breath stuns if you skill it. Which I guess most of the time they do. Or do they? Yeah, I don't think you take Maim as a Guardian Druid. Disc Priest cannot stun. Yeah, Monk can stun. Shaman can stun. Paladin can stun. Yeah, any Priest. Actually, only Disc Priest, right? So, okay. So let's say being Guardian Druid, Disc Priest. A Moonkin. Can't stun. Who else cannot stun? Shadow Priest can technically stun. Warlock can stun. Mage cannot stun. So it's only Mage, Moonkin. Hunter can stun as well. Actually, is the Hunter thing considered a stun? This Intimidate thing? Or is it considered something else? It's a stun, right? Yeah, the Station Evoker can't really stun. It's stun, okay. Most melee classes can stun, I guess. Is there any melee class that cannot stun? I don't think so. Well, Druids. Unless you have Maim or Bash. But, I mean... I think all melee can stun. All tanks can stun? Well, no. If you don't... As I said, a Guardian Druid can't really stun. Unless you pick up Bash. And, I mean, that's not a standard talent to pick up. As a Guardian Druid. And DK can stun, I guess, Blood Decay. Or can they? It's like the Strangulate thing. That's more of a... Is that a stun? Is it considered a stun? I guess so. Yeah, it's a stun. Paladin can stun. Warrior can stun. Vengeance Demon Hunter? Does Vengeance Demon Hunter... I mean, yeah, does Vengeance Demon Hunter for Chaos Nova? Yeah, right. Or did I? Yeah. I guess the thing is also like the cooldown that you have to think about. Because if it's like a really long cooldown, it might not actually work out. Let me see the time between this. Okay, so it casted now at 1541. And I cast again at 1601. That's every 20 seconds. Like, that's kind of frequent. So maybe you actually need 2 stuns. Because I don't think there's many stuns that have only a 20-second city, right? I think you might actually need 2 players to stun then. At least. Because even if you only have to interrupt every second, it still would require you to have a 40-second CD. And some stuns have a minute cooldown, right? No, it doesn't spawn 3 orbs. Oh, 1 random one, you're saying? Did they change that? I don't think it does. See, we have 2 debuffs here. Oh, it spawned 2 on my position. Maybe one player always spawns 2? Or I just like randomly put mine on top of the random location spawn? Yeah, I guess it's possible that one always spawns 2. Yeah, this time it also spawned really close to now, it looked like. True. Let's see. Okay, so this is 2 debuffs. Oh, it's on a random person's location. I think. Because this one spawned on me, right? So maybe it spawns on a random person's location. And it couldn't be on a person that already has an orb on them. Yeah, see, now it spawned on me again. Okay, so the way you want to play this... Oh, you know, the way you wanna play this is you literally just want to, Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So the way you actually want to play this, because the spawning doesn't do damage. So you wanna have the boss here. And depending on if it spawns on a tank or not, but it didn't look like it does. Let's see if it can spawn on a tank. Wait, was this not on a player just now? Now I'm confused. It always looked like it was on players, but this one didn't look like it was. Wait, so it's not on players. Fuck. Huh? All the other ones look to be on players, though. It can't be that RNG, like that much of a coincidence. That so many of them spawn on players' positions, right? That is a bit awkward. See, that one spawned directly under me. No way, that was random. Eh. Oops. And this one also was just incredibly close on now as well. Oh, this one seems to be a decent amount away again. Oh, this one, yeah, this one seems to be spawning on me. I don't know. Maybe it's just like close by. Close to the boss, maybe? Yeah, but this one just spawned on me again. It's a bit weird. Maybe it could technically like snapshot someone's position a little bit earlier. I think it might just be close to the boss. And then it was just RNG, because we always drop the orbs close to the boss. So maybe it was just RNG that it spawned so close to us or underneath us, because it just spawns close to the boss. I'm just gonna say close to the boss. I guess the only thing you have to watch out for is, because you don't want to stun the boss too early, right? So once you get 3 orbs, you don't want to drag the boss through all 3 of them. you want to drag the boss through 2 orbs, and then you want to wait until the boss casts Satanic Empowerment, and then drag him through the last orb to delay the stacking of the damage increase, right? So you do not want to stack them all up on one spot. And if there's 2 that are stacked and 1 that is not stacked, then a tank should drag it through the double orb first to remove the stun immunity, and then wait until the Satanic Empowerment happens, right? So yeah, if there's ever 2 that are stacked on top, so that means the people that drop the orbs, they do not want to drop them on top of each other. Because if you drop them on top of each other, the third one could spawn also close to you, and then they're all stacked. So you want to spread them out close to the boss, and if there's 2 on top, you just drag them through 2. And that's it, I guess. Okay. Wait, where are we now? Okay, so this is after the boss. So we have custodians. The custodians are the frontal, cleave, and bleed to tank guys. And the weavers are the fan of knives people. Oh yeah. So bleed, fan of knives. Okay, it doesn't look like that there's any other mobs here. Oh, warder. That's a different guy. Warder. Let me see if I can target this guy. Target him! Oh, my tank died. My tank! Yeah, I don't know what their name is. Probably Earthen Warder. Earthen. Yeah. They do nothing? That's wrong. They definitely cast something. They cast Earthen Shields? Oh yeah, so it's a random shield on a person. You see it, this guy has it. You see this weaver? Has the... Oh, it makes them interrupt immune. No, wait, this is Hail of Stone. No, no, no. That one is not interruptible anyway. Okay, it does not make them interrupt immune. Is this guy still... Oh, they cast a Stone Bolt on denizens. Hey, they're killing my pets. Why doesn't this show up here, this ability? Maybe here? No. Well, maybe that's the only thing they cast? The Earthen Shield, is that it? It does look like it's the only thing they do. I like how Durga just goes absolutely one shot. Oh, they cast something else. What is this? He cast something on THD. I don't know what though. So he just casted Earthen Shields. And I cast whatever this is. I don't know. If she was line of sighting it, I guess. Now I casted this Earthbend Shield on this Weaver. Maybe I paused the VODs on like a moment I can see the name of the ability. Oh, it was before this. Man, that's such a slow. It says something ton. Something ton. Uh shit. What is it? Okay, I'm sure there's another mob like this afterwards. Oh wait. Halo Stone Volticum. Okay, so there's a bunch of warders. Let's see what they do now. I mean, earthen wards. So they shield people. Shields random up. I assume it can be dispelled. I don't know for a fact. Let's see if I ever target a guy with an earth shield. Yeah, it's here. Mouse over it. I didn't mouse over it. I mean, surely it's dispellable, right? For certain. They didn't cast the other ability, though. Like, the other ability that I saw before, they didn't cast it again. So now we have a protector on top of this. Oh, the protector is the guy that stuns, right? And then gives you... Oh, was this called Curse? Curse of Deception or something? Curse of something? Curse of Stone, or? Curse of what? Fuck! Curse of what? No! Why did he grip this Weaver? Dorky. Okay, this is slow motion time, though. Curse of... Oh my... Okay, I assume it's called Curse of Stone. It just doesn't show the whole name. Here's an enemy to become petrified with stone, slowing their movement by 1%. Becoming trapped in stone. Well, what does it mean? Why did we interrupt it? So it's just a slow, or is it a stun? Because a 1% slow seems wrong. Why would a mob cast a 1% slow movement speed slow on somebody? Maybe it's stacking up over time and then stuns you eventually? Huh. Okay, so this guy casts a grounded tremble, inflicting physical damage to all enemies nearby every 1 second. This seems to be not interruptible, right? Because this protector cannot be CC'd, I assume? Yeah, so this guy just channels an earthquake that does AoE damage. And then he casts Fissuring Slam, which just spawns puddle underneath every player. Mean damage channel. Any damage and spawns puddle under there. Okay, so this guy is just banned, this protector. This is an illegal mob. Unless you have to pull him, of course. Yeah, very unethical. Hey John, thanks for 28 months. What's up? Oh, we walked the wrong side. Okay, so now we have crawlers. Crawlers and seeker. It's only 10 yards. Seekers are the bets, right? Wait, was it disruptible only or actually interruptible? Oh, it's interruptible, okay. And then the crawlers are jumping people, I guess? Cavern. Are they called differently? Skittering crawler, huh? Pounds. Okay, so they jump on people and they apply poison on the tank. Lead to players. Apply poison debuff tank. Okay, and now boss. So this guy. There's too many bosses in this dungeon. I hate when a dungeon has 5 bosses. That's just too many. Too many bosses. Amon channels intense flames to purge intruders. Beams of fire rotate around the vault. Make the damage to the player. These beams persist until all active vault keepers are defeated. While channeling purging flames, Emberon releases a wave of fire every 3 seconds till players. Sacred barrier flame surrounds Emberon, making it immune to damage, during while purging flames effect. Players entering the sacred barrier suffer fire damage and are knocked back. Seeking flame. Activated keepers periodically launch balls of fire at random players. Okay, and then Emberon causes unstable embers to form around random players for 3 seconds. Upon expiration, these embers erupt. This boss doesn't really do much. This boss spawns circles underneath every player, and then he does intermission phase. And these mobs here spawn orbs. Hey, they actually one-shot Bobby just now. Did you see that? Oh, and this does a lot of damage, just the circle thing. So it looks like the activated mobs shoot out these balls, and it seems to be going like in a straight line. So I think you just tank the boss somewhere where none of them reach you. Actually, they do seem to... Nah, just kidding. They don't shoot them out in a straight line, because otherwise this guy would shoot it straight down here, right? He's shooting it towards the boss, I assume. Yeah, okay, never mind. Never mind. Alright, so Emberon. Unstable embers. Circle on every player. Doing a lot of damage. Activated golems on the side shoot out orbs, going slowly towards the boss. Shot damage if hit. When does the intermission start? When does the intermission start? At 100 energy, okay. Time-based. Ugh. Time-based intermission. 100% under energy. Boss gets immune and goes to the middle. Channels or beams. Is it? Actually, it's only 2, right? Yeah, it's only 2. Channels. A straight cutter through the room, rotating. Have to kill the activated bats to stop the intermission. Okay, that's it. This boss doesn't do that. Anything else? And was this an AoE? Unstable. Oh no, that's just a normal ability. Okay, that's it. Okay, so we have weavers here, which are the Fen of Knives mobs. With the golem, which is the... Oh no, golem is new. Because the other guy was called Protector, right? This golem is new. See what the golem does. Is that the guy with the stun? Because we haven't found that guy yet. Thunderous Clap? Oh, alright. Evanstone Golem. Cast stones and stone fist together, creating a thunderous clap that inflicts nature damage to all players. Alright. Damage to everyone. That's it, I guess. So who was the mob that stunned you in a swirly? If it's not this golem. Alright, so let's look at these once again. So we have Custodians, which is Frontal Cleave, Bleed, Stack on Tank. Warder is Fan of Knives. Guardian. The Guardians are new, right? Yes. So what's this guy's name? And this might be the stun guy then. Oh, that's the cleave. Please. Shit, now I missed what the Guardian's name was. Is there another Guardian? Oh yeah, there's another Guardian. Oh, the Curse of Stone went through. When speed reduced by 10%, becoming trapped in stone? Oh, that's the ability, I guess. Ah, so it's actually this. Yeah, it is this. Okay, I got it now. Curse of Stone. Applies a curse onto a random player. If not dispelled, player gets stunned and a swirly spawns underneath player. One shot damage. Be interrupted and dispelled. And this is important. Thought it's from the Guardians, but it's not. So Earthen Guardian. Bulwark Slam. Is damage to an enemy? Okay. I mean, does this Guardian do any? Oh, he casts a shield. Manage a blessing of terror around the cast, granting damage done to allies and inflicting whole damage to nearby players. Is this actually what this boss casts? Or this mob? Blessing of Tear, yeah. I never moused over it, I guess. But you can see the buff here. It's this yellow buff. Oh, but this guy, it's a different buff. So he's got the yellow buff and the other people have this buff. This is what the other people have. And this is what he has. Okay, so this just means... Guardian. Channels, big shields. Being other mobs damaged by 20%. And players take damage standing in the bubble. Not interruptible or disruptible. So this mob is also just banned, right? Isn't this like really dumb? But it does mean that the mob does not take less damage, right? So technically speaking, you could just tank the mobs in this bubble. Because yeah, the mobs do 20% more damage, but if the tank survives, you know... you just do not want to tank the golem inside the bubble, I guess. Yeah, I don't know, because the golem does AoE damage to everyone. It is a bit weird. Then we have infinite agents. Oh my god, there's just so many mobs in here and so many bosses. Jesus Christ. Oh, and a time reaver, of course. There's a time reaver. Hey Johnny, thanks for 66 months. Sarika challenge is a regular in plus, but unmuting the monkey non comms. That would be a hard challenge though, I agree. Temples faster around the cast, increasing his with 30% movement speed by 30% for 2 seconds. Increasing haste by 30% movement speed with 30. Okay. Those are the agents, right? Or was it a time reaver? I forgot. Not agent. So do this just like... Oh my god, that does a lot of damage to Dorky. Oh, they're stacking something up. Oh no, this is a time reaver though. I don't understand this map. Steals time from nearby enemies, inflicting arcane damage every 1 second and reducing your haste by 20%. Back stacks and increase the caster's haste when applied. Why? I think this must be the most unfun mob they ever created. So you're telling me they created a mob that reduces our haste by just being around the mob, and it stacks up. And while doing so, the mob gets more haste. And none of this is preventable in any normal way. This sounds like the most unfun mob I've ever seen in my life. Well, that's just incredibly bad. Oh, well, the good thing is, thankfully, they didn't put that many of these mobs into the dungeon, right? Oh, wait, there's 3 of them right here. Huh. Just kidding. Just kidding, guys. They put 3 on one spot. Okay, so the agent hasten buffs them up with haste, interruptible, and dispellable. Tank attack. Wait, what does the tank thing do? So this looks dangerous, but it's actually not dangerous because it looks like it's a bleed, but it's not. Time blade. Tank attack. Nice slow debuff. Okay, infinite time reaver. Steals everyone's haste every 2 seconds. Stacking. Magic. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what else to say. That's just how this mob works, I guess. There's a stacking, magic debuff. Also, there's taking damage. It is taking damage, right? Yes. I actually tried line of sighting it. Like, look, I tried line of sighting it. And it does work. But you have to line of sight for like 3 seconds for it to drop, and it's just pretty dumb. And if you have 2 of them simultaneously, it double stacks. It stacks up twice as fast. Look, I have 6 debuffs. Look at my Starfire cast. It's a Pyroblast. Perfect. What is Riot Forge Silas game? What is that? Hey, Lucas. It's not every 2 seconds, right? It is every 6 seconds. Let me watch this again. It's like every 5 seconds. An actiony game based on Stella's story? What does that mean, an actiony game? Thanks to the Prime and Don Legend. What's it about? Or what is it? What do you do?
Honor, duty, justice. So they...
I thought this was a gameplay trailer.
Demacia.
Oh yeah, that looks kind of cool. I'm definitely not gonna play it though, but it looks kind of cool. Alright, so Chronolord Deus. Chronolord Deus calls for an eternal orb made of sand which falls when it damages to all players and forms an eternity. What? When it strikes the ground, it affects it. While time is being reversed, a temporal orb will float upwards back towards its point of creation. While time is being reversed, increase their haste. Okay. So spawns puddles. Or do AoE damage on spawn. 30% haste reduction if standing in them. And time reversion. What is this called? Rewind time flow. What's this AoE damage to everyone? And puddles increase players' damage by 50% while standing in them. Puddles slowly disappear. Move. Revert, I guess. Alright, then wing buffet. Wing buffet. Meat damage plus knockback. And time sting. Time is a ripped away from the target, inflicting K damage for 1 second, reduce the move spin. Time eruption. Time sink. Magic debuff on random player. Taking damage and around player on removal. Until tank breath. So this boss did like an insane amount of damage and was unhealable, I think. If I remember correctly. I don't know what it was that was unhealable though. Like the orb spawning, I think. So these orbs, when they spawn, should be doing damage. Okay, so what happened here was these 2 orbs spawned, which did damage to us on creation. Then 2 people got a magic debuff that does arcane damage, myself included. And then the boss casted wing buffet, which also does AoE damage. So it was just like a huge combo. Alright, so first... slow motion. So first... 3 people got this magic debuff. What? Oh my god. Well, that's a lot of debuffs. So yeah, you have 3 debuffs here. And it ticks for 53k. You can see how much damage it does. And then the wing buffet hits me return at 8.5k. 220k. Okay, so we try again. Let's see. Okay, so this time, I'm sure I'm prepared for this wing buffet. Perfect. There's so much damage from these orbs constantly spawning, though. Look at that. And now it's time reversion. This also does an insane amount of damage to everyone. Oh my god! Jesus Christ! And now these orbs spawn and do a lot of damage again. And wing buffet. Oh, I'm so dead. Yeah, I think I'm a little bit too squishy for this boss, guys. What do you think? One thing that bothers me a little bit here. This is something that I wanted to talk about for a while. So there's very few abilities. Thank you so much for Prime, by the way, 90. And thanks for Prime, Don Legend. So, you know how some abilities do a physical damage and some do magic damage, right? Usually, any form of AoE damage or any form of damage to random players is usually magic damage, right? And then we also, I guess, we have true damage, which usually is like bleed effects. Bleed effects usually pierce armor. But recently, and by recently I mean since like maybe 2-3 expansions, it definitely happens more frequently. But ever since, I noticed it a lot in Dragonflight, that there's quite a few mechanics that are actually physical damage. Like physical AoE damage. For example, this wing buffet that this boss casts is physical. It's an AoE physical spell. But these AoE physical abilities pierce armor. And I don't know why that is. Like, why do these AoE abilities go through armor? I don't understand. Because if they want armor to not work, which is understandable because some classes have a lot more armor than other classes, right? Because obviously if you have a plate wearer versus a cloth wearer, then obviously the plate person takes a lot less damage from physical damage, which makes sense. So if you want armor to not work, if you're like the designer that makes this ability and you want armor to not work because you feel like it's unfair, well, then just make it a magic ability, right? Because the thing is, and there's an ability like Wing Buffet that is an AoE physical damage ability, and armor does not work, then why is it physical? Well, so physical immunities work, possibly, right? Because then Blessing of Protection probably works. Because Blessing of Protection is against physical damage. And Cloak of Shadows would not work, because Cloak of Shadows is against magic damage, right? So they are making these kind of magic versus physical abilities. So certain immunities work and others don't. At least I assume that's the reasoning behind it. But then why don't they do the same thing with armor? Like, what's armor good for if it doesn't help you against physical damage? Unless a mob directly attacks you. Like, is that really useful? To have armor only for the reason that if a mob ever attacks you as a damage dealer, that you take less damage? Like, I don't understand. I think that's a bit weird. I think if you're gonna make a fucking ability that does AoE damage to you, and it's physical, then in my opinion, they should make armor work. Why the hell not? Like, what's the point of having armor then? I don't know. And nature damage ignores armor, yeah. A magic ability deals less damage than a physical ability ignoring armor. I mean, I just personally don't... Because, I mean, some people have magic damage reduction, right? Like, there are certain classes who have just built-in magic damage reduction, or they have abilities that are good against magic damage, right? So why... I just don't understand why armor should not help you against physical damage, because that is literally the definition of what armor is supposed to do. Right? I mean, what else is armor good for if it's not gonna help you against physical damage? I don't understand. And if you don't want armor to work, then just make it a magic ability. I don't get it. So yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. Hello, Toe. What's up? What's up? And it's specifically bad for Moonkin, obviously, because Moonkin form gives you more armor. And that is completely useless. It doesn't help us at all for anything, because every physical damage ability pierces armor. And then it makes our bear form also a lot weaker, because bear form is basically a defensive that druids have in general, right? You have bear form as like a defensive ability, which is a really costly defensive because it costs us 2 globals, right? So if you have to go bear form to survive, that is not ideal, right? Which makes sense because it doesn't have a cooldown. So it does make sense that it's costly to use. But then we go bear form and we take physical damage, but the bear form doesn't actually reduce the physical damage you take. You just have more HP. It's like, okay. So what the fuck does the armor do? Jenny bailed in our quiz. Oh, he didn't. He would be so good at it too. Or at least that's what he says all the time. I'm not sure if it's true in the end. He also might just be making it up. But yeah, we ended up not killing this boss, I don't think. This boss seemed impossible. Yeah, we didn't actually kill it. Okay, so... Okay, this is it. And there's a lot of maps in here. Alright, I'm gonna be right back 1 second, and then... we will continue our leveling adventure. It will be fun, for sure. Alright, 1 second. All right. It's time to die while leveling. Hey, Skisman, thanks to 69. What's up? Nice indeed. Where am I? Oh, I used to garrison Hearthstone, true. Level 53 for story. Well, we will see.
Good day to you. Safe travels. See you later. King's honor, friend. Go with honor, friend. Be careful, for the Alliance. Light bless you. What can I do for you? Have a good one.
Take trees. For safety. The arrow will carry me. And where does he want me to go? Okay, okay. And look at the beautiful graphics in here, huh? Look at the grass. Beautiful trees. Okay, now he's already doing dungeons, I see. How is that working out? Is he actually... Is he just doing really low keys right now? Let's see. So level 70, 70, 70, 70. Like, there's so many 70s. 67, 60. Third try. Yeah. 47, 46, 12, 10. Okay. Third try. 2 to 8 at the moment. I could do some 16s. Okay. Ignore the hostile ones. Well, I'm ignoring them, but he's hitting me. Am I sure I want to ignore this guy? That doesn't do damage.
Need help? Be careful.
Okay, well.
Light bless you. For the Alliance.
Yeah, the rules are different in a sense that it's like for retail, it's not about leveling, right? It's about the actual and plus. So you can do some things that I don't think you're allowed to do in Classic. Like, for example, you can send yourself gold from your main to buy consumables and stuff. It's not really about, like, gaining gold. Right? Like, the challenge is not the leveling part or the farming gold part. It's about doing the actual content. So while leveling... you're allowed to use heirlooms as well. You're not allowed to use BOE, like, items, BOE epics or whatever. Yeah, I wish he would have let us, like, I honestly wish I could have just boosted a character. Because the leveling part is so annoying.
Well met. Go with honor, friend.
And am I supposed to walk all the way back now? Shit. I've done it already, whatever. I guess I'm walking back anyway. Alright, talk to an vendor and repair. Alright, with your mouse or chest, you... Okay, well, I'm going up here anyway, okay. Get boosted in Cobalt Assembly? What does that mean? Like, I wonder if... Is that allowed? I'm not sure if you're allowed to get level boosted. Like that. I mean, maybe? It's not allowed. Oh, okay. Fine.
What can I do for you? For the Alliance.
Check for lane pod and whimper. Sounds good. Skender Murloc Island. Do not take speed gains, but the mobs in the Cobalt Assembly were giving a lot of experience to your group with a Demon Hunter. You could stack. Yeah, since it's not allowed, I guess it's whatever. But yeah, I think you still do. Like, there's still like these demon hunter boosts that you can pay for, right? Level boosts. But I think they do it in that area where the rares are. You know what I mean? Like that area where you would kill all of these rares. Oh. It's so weird to have single target Sunfire. Like in Ash. Dude, I honestly forgot what the name is. What do I have to do here? Check the chest in the Cobalt camp. I don't want to go in here. Man, these mines are deadly. And now check for Mother Fang rare. Okay, fine, let's kill the spider. Holy shit, why did the spider die so fast? Die and respawn as a spirit healer. I will not do that. I'm in combat with something. What am I in combat with? Oh no. Oh, it's probably the spider, isn't it? Yeah, it was. Okay. This arrow is trying to... This arrow is trying to kill me, guys. Oh, I forgot to take a potion. Shit. And while I'm doing this, actually, when I watch... I'm gonna watch on my second monitor how now it does some of these dungeons. Is he doing them, like, super slowly? No, he's not. What is this, a +5? Okay, well.
Greetings. Be careful. Light be with you.
Is he, so the people that he's playing with, are they all in this here as well? Let's see. He's playing with, he's playing with this person. Singularity, this person here. And this, no. Thrill. I don't know who that guy is. And the rogue is this person. Wait, isn't this person 67? Wait, you can do a plus. You can do a plus with people that are not max level? No. Right? I'm confused. It says 67. But now it's playing a +5 and plus with this rogue. Oh, it doesn't update. So they are level 70. And it just didn't update? Huh. I see. Okay, I need to find more bears. Weiß ich nicht, Ben. Du musst in Classic gucken. Oder meinst du in Retail die Classic spielen? Du meinst doch in Classic, oder nicht? Gibt's bestimmt. Aber ich spiele kein Classic, deswegen weiß ich nicht. So einen Classic-Streamer suchen. Aber bestimmt, ja. Dude, it's so weird to dot every single mob with soundfire. How many can I kill of these guys? I mean, surely a lot. Why did they all have a heal? Die and respawn. I cannot believe this add-on tried to have me die 2 times already. Oh wait, hardcore deplete is the guild. Oh, I didn't realize. I got invited to the actual hardcore guild and I didn't realize there was some. I thought it was some random guild. Oh, somebody's watching and is in the guild. Let me know. Inf. What do I have to do here? Die and respawn. No, I'm not gonna die. Fuck you. Okay, I need to find some bears. And there's a bear. So, 2K score is how high do the keys have to be for 2K actually? Is it all 20s? Oh, only 13, 14. Oh, okay. Oh, that's. I mean, that's. Well, I mean, 20s. 20 would be very difficult. 14 definitely doable.
Need help? Light bless you.
The problem as well is that you have to get your score over 2 weeks because you need 2 different affix weeks.
King's honor, friend.
I guess. They're doing a +8 no-crit offensive now.
I guess I can. What can I do for you? Light bless you.
Let's go, level 20. Okay, what do we skill here? Improved bark skin, I guess. They get any abilities? Oh, rebirth. Nice, I guess.
What? What word?
What should I do here? Kill prowlers, grey forest wolves, and bears, focus on the bears. Alright, I will do that. I don't see any bears though. There's one. Bundle of wood. All 20s 2020, okay. Yeah, I would need to get level 70 next study for sure. The thing is, the people that got level 70 right now or yesterday obviously have like a big advantage because they can still they can already play this week with Tyrannical. Because next week when I get level 70 at some point this week, then I will only have 45. But of course, I can still play the idea afterwards. We did the waterfall pool. Let's see if someone dies. And the thing is, there's just like absolutely no way now it's gonna die, right? If anyone dies, it's gonna be like a damage dealer or the healer. I'm just glancing over and all I do is look at the death counter in the run. So far it's looking good though. Die and respawn, no! Rogue is also a good choice. I guess you have cheat death, which is super nice. And you have a lot of defenses and you vanish. He's even playing dwarf. I guess if you have vanish, you don't need to be a night elf. He's playing a dwarf rogue instead of a night elf rogue.
Light be with you. Need help? Go with honor, friend.
Oh my god, epic upgrades! This is actually it's 50 item level, damn. These guys send me, I don't like that. Stop that! No, why would you reset? Come on, I didn't walk that far. Come on. Well, that's just annoying. There's still 0 deaths. I'm gonna keep you updated in case someone dies. I mean, if I manage to get to level 70 without dying to fall damage, then that's already a success in my book, I think. Oh, I could go to Moonglade now. Isn't that level 20? Or was that level 22? It might be level 22, actually. Oh, and the different pots? I need to use the better pots? There it is, 234. I didn't use a single pot. Hey, Janini, thank you so much for your raid. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Oh, this guy's a caster. I'm gonna line offside that. What you got? Hey, hope you had a nice stream. Check for it. Checking for some rare. Why is my arrow over here? I need it in the middle of my screen. Check the... Oh. Looking for a rare. Dine respawn. No! The amount of times you're supposed to die. God damn. Vendor and repair.
You need something?
Jesus, this add-on's so demanding. Oh, I need those.
Have a good one.
Well met.
Well met.
You need something?
What now? Twin moons. That sounds good.
Well met. Be careful.
Chelsea Redridge. Okay. The ability unlocked frenzied region. Let's go. We did need that. Oops. This item doesn't skip Elven Forest, so it seems to... I mean, I don't know what this item is exactly doing, but apparently it's not supposed to be slow. Otherwise, this item wouldn't do it, right? Hey, Redbeard, thank you so much for 2 months. How are you?
How are you?
Greetings.
Greetings. Kill Tarantulas. Oh, I wanted to jump down just now, but... Let me just walk down. Just to be safe. And I have to kill these guys as well? Hey, Bardman, thanks for 2 months. What's up? Well, Direct Hunters, loot them for their giblets. Okay. And what else? Core tasks. Ah, I see. Which dungeon do you think is the most dangerous to die in? I think in low key levels, the only thing that can really kill you is probably like standing and avoidable damage. Because most abilities, even if you get hit by them, you probably just don't die, right? But there's a bunch of avoidable mechanics that just kill you. You get hit by it. So I think that's probably the most deadly one. Like any kind of dungeon that has avoidable mechanics that just one-shot you. If you don't avoid them. Like for example, like the last boss in Shadow Moon. You get hit by the wall or you get hit by the frontal, stuff like that. Or first boss in Shadow Moon. If you get hit, if you don't stand in the eclipse or something. Or the AoE, I don't know. Stuff like that, I don't know. Yeah, the Academy mini boss in front of Croft. If you get hit by the tornado. Stuff like that. Alright, they did it. No one died. I need to loot this map. Yeah, what other dungeon has like one-shot stuff?
Well met.
Ooh, I guess Wise Mari in Temple, if you... Because it's Quaking, right? Quaking Wise Mari could be decently dangerous. Thanks, 18 months, Cardea. Thank you, thank you.
Can I help you?
Thing is, you have to do all dungeon for score, right? So you can't just like skip some of them. You're gonna have to play them anyway.
Well met. Farewell.
You need something?
What can I do for you?
Oh, they do Noke it again. Boring. There's not too much that can kill you on Noke Offensive, actually. I don't think. Noke must be one of the easier dungeons. Because all of the bosses don't have one-shot, like, avoidable one-shot mechanics. And, I mean, the only boss would be the last boss. If you get hit by swirlies or you get hit by the charge or something like that. All the other bosses are super easy. But they're doing it 11 now. A little bit higher. Hey, Uldaman, thanks for the 3 years. What's up? How are you doing? Thank you very much. I didn't know Murlocs. Where the hell are they? Oh, there's one. Oh, they're all at the bottom of the ocean. It would be nice if I died because I'm run out of breath. It would be TikTok content. Oh yeah. I mean, no matter what kills me, it would be TikTok content. Let's be honest here. I need more Murlocs. Man, Twin Moons isn't as good as I thought it is, actually, because it doesn't work on maps that that I'm not in common with. It's actually kind of useless. Oh.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
King's honor, friend.
What are you looking for?
Sell the trash in your bags. Whoa. Just call me trash? Wait, was this spell better than the one I just equipped? 3 into like 5-7, no? No.
Have a good one.
Not going to turn on war mode when you reach level 20. No, thank you. You don't want to turn on war mode? We still go back to Stormwind to learn journeyman riding. Alright, fine.
Hello.
Fine. What you also could die to, I guess, in no-kit is the cast. Like, if you don't interrupt the cast properly from some of these guys. But the tank would never die. It would just be, like, random people that die. But even then, I don't think that's gonna happen because it's low-key. I don't think, even if a cast goes through, I don't think you die to that. On a 11 key. Tyrannical. Certainly not. Just trading pose. How many times do you have to accept this quest? Oh, wait.
Well met.
Cool. We're faster now. Oh, we should fly there, I guess.
Safe travels.
Light bless you.
You should just play your own keys needs, I guess. I mean, it's always the easiest to just play your own key, right? I know it's not ideal to always just play your own key, but like, yeah, if you don't get invited to groups, you don't get invited to groups. You know, like there's nothing special you can do to get invited more often. You either get invited or you don't. Really, it's just. Now I can go to Moonglades. Should we go and learn Flap real quick?
Hey there.
If you tap something funny in your invite node, it works 1000% of the time. Does it though? Mater. You always play tank, but you want to try DPS? Well, I would play the DPS that you're playing the tank off, the same class off. You know? If you play Prot Paladin, I would try Red Paladin. Because that's used to be the easiest to learn if you already know how to play the class. My opinion. Why did my Griffin just do a circle like that? Set to my, I mean, sure, you can put things in your notes. But honestly, I know you can try. Wait, oh my god, where's this guy? I'm confused. Oh, here.
King's honor, friend.
Follow the arrow. I am following the arrow. I am following the arrow now. Click the crates in the area. Okay. I remember, this reminds me one time, I was... This was in Shadowlands when I played Warlock. Oh, no, it wasn't actually Shadowlands, it was... Or was it? Oh no, yeah, it was Shadowlands. So I queued up for a Theater of Pain on my Warlock. And as I joined the group, someone was asking me, do you know how to dispel, or can you dispel the magic debuff on, what's her name? Or what's his name? This like this guy with the 2 magic debuffs. Mordretha? No. Kaltarok. Something like that? Anyway, so this guy asked me if I could dispel that. And I didn't see the question. And then they kicked me. They kicked me out of the group because I didn't answer if I can dispel it. I'm just like, what? How do you... Like, how would I possibly not know how to dispel a magic effect as a warlock? But like, because I wasn't like low score or anything. Like, I had played my warlock a lot that season and I was pretty high score. Like, I wasn't doing plus 15s, you know? Like, I was doing pretty high keys. And I remember being, like, so surprised by this because, first of all, why the hell would I not know how to spell that. Like, you know, like the asking the question is already a bit weird. And then just because I didn't answer immediately, they'll just kick me because they assume I don't know how it works. Just because I didn't answer instantly, like, I don't know. Sometimes people are just very weird. I mean, the reason why it doesn't make sense is because, first of all, I was high rated. I wasn't like some like low rated warlock or whatever. And additionally, there's absolutely no downside of dispelling. Like, all you have to do is summon your imp. It's not like it costs you any damage or whatever. It's nothing. It's not hard to do either. You just summon your imp and you just spell. It's really just that simple. You could get 3.9k warlock in season 3 and they wouldn't know that? What do you mean? I was high rated that season. Like that season that this happened. It was the current season. Back then. Wait, somebody died! Who died? Somebody died. Who died? I mean, certainly it wasn't now. Somebody did die. So yeah, I guess you didn't specify the rules, right? Because what happens if you're in a dungeon and somebody dies? I guess the person would have to finish a run, though. The healer was not doing hardcore, really? Who's the healer then? Yeah, but the run is over, someone dies? Oh, I mean, yeah, I guess you can just run out. Like, you just don't finish the key, I guess. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And they're playing with this healer. I hope this is a random person that has no previous experience. Right? Because they're not allowed to play with people that are, like, high rated, right? Who is this healer that they're playing with then? It's a low-rated pug. I hope it is. Hope they're not cheating. The main is 3k. Whoa, that is such a cheat, though. What the hell? How is this allowed? How are they allowed to play with a 3k alt healer? That is not part of the challenge. questionable. What does it do? Yowler Slan. There's supply crates. I mean, there's no supply crates. Arrow's pointing me in the wrong direction. I don't like it. Yeah, that is lame. They should keep. I mean. Wait, this is an elite dude. I don't like that. I mean, I personally think it. I don't think it's lame in a sense that he's not doing the hardcore challenge. Just because, you know, they were really fast with leveling, and if there's no one else that is there, like if there is just no healer online that is doing the hardcore challenge, right? You know, what are they supposed to do? Then they just can't do anything. But there's a rule that he made that they can pack and plus with like random people that are not part of the hardcore challenge, as long as they're not like more than 500 score above them. And in my mind, that means on their main, not on the character that they're queuing in, right? Because I mean, if Sally unlocks an alt he never played before, that shouldn't count, right? Hey May, what's up? Thank you so much for 6 months, Elvine. Thank you, thank you.
How are you? Good
Target
day to
whom?
you. What can I do for you?
Huh? I get it. Oh, I was supposed to use it somewhere else? What the fuck is an Etin? Oh, the big elite dudes. But yeah, the reason why it's not... Like, I don't think it's that bad that they can play with non-hardcore players, because they could also just grief them, right? Like, it's kind of at their own risk to play with a random person that they don't know, that is not part of the challenge. Because they could just decide to grief them, you know? They could just decide to pull things on purpose and stuff. But yeah, then at the same time, it should obviously not be like a high-rated player. It should just be some person that's like really low-rated, some random pug. And on their main, they should just be lower. The rules should still apply. No, if you can get griefed and prove it, it doesn't count as death. But not if it's your own responsibility, right? Like, if you decide to invite a random person into your class group, and then that person griefs you, well, then it was your decision to invite this person, in my opinion. Right? Like, if you're like questing somewhere and some guy griefs you, well, then there's nothing you really could have done. Or, I mean, if you turn on war mode and a max level character kills you, then that's also griefing you, but you did decide to put on war mode, right? Like, I feel like there's a difference in being responsible for being griefed.
Greetings.
Or being griefed without any of your own, like, decisions being part of it. What now? Oh.
What can I do for you? Be careful. For the Alliance. Light be with you.
Ooh. The ability to send fire? I already had that before. What the hell? Okay, where do we go? Solstice, I guess? Oh my god, it's Fight Club.
Need help? Light bless you.
And you have to use BOA gear? What is BOA gear? You mean BOE?
How are you?
Light be
No, you're not allowed to use BOE gear. You're allowed to use the auction house though, yes. You can buy anything you want other than BOE gear. Oh, bind an account? Yeah, you're allowed to use I mean, you cannot send yourself gear, no. Like you cannot go to you cannot farm gear in your main and send it to your alts. So just bind an account. Other than heirlooms, you're allowed to use those. But you don't need to send them on your main, you can just create them on your alts. Why do people do these boring challenges? Why do people do anything, really? It's almost as if people enjoy different things in life. It's a weird concept, I do know. It is strange. It is very strange. The key. Alright, where's this key? I'm in the middle of all of these wolves. I don't want to. They're elite. Are they asleep? Oh, do I have to do this? I mean... Also, I don't see a key. Oh, it's here.
No, 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 no.
Only the captives avoided. Are you sure? They're not gonna attack me? They look like they're gonna attack me. Okay, okay, okay. I trust. Yeah, this is so difficult. I mean, now it's inviting random people now, but it's almost impossible to figure out if their main is actually not Thai Ryo, right? Like, how are you possibly... Oh, there was a captain right there. How are you supposed to figure that out? Because if somebody didn't link their account, their character to their main, then you just don't know, right? And I mean, I feel like it's super unlikely to even find people that are super low rated at this point in the season, right? That, I mean, the amount of people that actively play World of Warcraft right now, retail, but are like 500 rated in M+, like, I feel like that's kind of low. The odds of that being a thing. I mean, yeah, I know that there's like complete casual players that don't do higher keys, but why would they join now? Or watch now at all? Right? Like, I feel like the keys that now is queuing up for, there's not gonna be some casual random person queuing up that does +5 keys, right? It's gonna be all the people that watch now that queue up on their alt characters. That didn't link their accounts. Yeah, no, I was saying, but as a fully casual player, why would you watch now? That exclusively does high-end content. That's what I mean. I mean... That doesn't seem like the people that he's making content for. You can play with people 1,500 rated or lower. Yeah, even that is still pretty low though, right? I think. They just find somebody that is less than 1.5k, like a normal player with not under alts or whatever. I think so at least, but maybe not. I mean, my stream is a little bit different. I don't exclusively do high-end content though. I mean, I do a lot of high-end content. But I also talk about complete random shit that has nothing to do with high-end content sometimes. I also do a cooking stream once in a blue moon. Let's do a cooking stream again. I haven't done it in a while. Exactly, Sebla. You got it. Alright, they're doing a Court of Stars now. I think they have 2 random players, a Warlock and a Shaman. Yeah, the shaman is not part of this, and the warlock is not part of this either. So they only have now the rogue and the demon hunter. They're doing a challenge. Nice, Crazy Mage. That is good to hear. I'm glad I could help. They're doing a plus 14 Court of Stars now. Okay. In Court, there's actually, I think, quite a decent amount of things that can kill you. Maybe not the tank. I think almost every spell, if now gets hit by anything, I think he just lives. He's a tank, right? Even if he gets hit by the first boss's frontal or something, he'll just survive, I think. But yeah, the first boss is the frontal plus the laser that probably kills a random damage dealer. Then let's see. Then you have the mini bosses that can kill you with things. Like the shockwave and the whirlwind. Then Forster can do a lot of damage, it doesn't really kill you. There's a lot of frontals that can kill the damage dealers, like the guard frontal, the construct smash. But yeah, I think for now it's hard to. It's kind of difficult to die as a tank in lower keys. You would have to try real hard. No, I don't think the imps can kill you. I mean, no. There's absolutely no way they'll die to imps. I don't see that happening. The only reason why people die to imps all the time in pucks is because they pull them back to back. It's the same thing every time. Like they pull an impact. Everyone uses their AoEs to see it, and then they pull another impact. And I'm just like, how do you think we're gonna interrupt this now? Have you ever heard of something called a cooldown? It's always because of that. Because people are not using their AoEs to see, right? Because people know that the imps do a lot of damage. So it's not that people sit there and they're like on purpose not using their AoE stun. It's just that they don't have it ready, right? That is almost always the reason why you have sims. And now is the one that pulls. So now it's not gonna be stupid and randomly pull imps back to back. What do I have to do here? Click the black rock. Oh, I can just stealth through here, I guess. These summoners of stealth. Oh no, I have a guy that follows me. Oh, really? What's his name? Messner. God damn it! Why don't you stealth with me, Messner? What's your problem? Am I going the wrong direction? Oh no, I'm good. Ooh. Level up. This guy, it's a lot of health all of a sudden. Where's this coffer? Oh my god, it's a maze. I am lost. Where am I? Yeah, the reason why the NA servers have more downtime is because they always get everything first. Every patch, everything, you always get basically a day earlier. In return, you have more downtime because they have to fix more things. Found Overlord Barbarius. Make sure you have Sarah with you. Overlord Barbar. Is it the guy that I just killed earlier? It is, right? Damn it. Hey Ras, what's up? Oh my god, where am I? I have to go all the way back out, right? And then left? Oh my god. Caves are the worst. No, he's not here. What is this lever? It requires Blackrock lever key. Oh wait, he's supposed to be here, right? I think he's supposed to be here. Spawn. Ooh, they have one death. Who died? Was it one of the random people? I assume it was one of the random people. Otherwise, they would have relogged, I guess, or deleted their character. Steam loot stream? What do you mean by that? Steam loots? What's that? Stream loots? Oh, that was the thing with the events, right? Like they had like these. It was the same as channel points, right? Ah, yeah, that was kind of cool. I like that. That was kind of cool. But yeah, I'm not using it anymore. I thought it was very cool though. Yeah.
Greetings. Be careful.
Rare upgrade. Okay, we already have this connection, so let's skill iron first, just because we have to. He started leveling on a weekend already, and I mean, I don't think he did anything special. He just played a lot.
You need something?
I guess we go with Stellar Flare. Wait, where's my arrow? I'm gonna turn on warm up. No. No. Dr. Bartlett, fly to Lakeshire. Am I not at Lakeshire? Where does he want me to go? All right. I mean, you're allowed to do dungeons while leveling, but it's just really not recommended because why would you do that? What are the rules in Hardcore Classic about dungeons? Because, I mean, dungeons are harder than leveling. So, I guess you can do dungeons, but why? You can only do a dungeon once in Classic. Oh. Yeah, you can... for this read, I personally don't necessarily understand that rule that much. Maybe... I mean, maybe it makes sense for Classic because dungeons are just easier in Classic. But in retail, dungeons are definitely harder than leveling by yourself. Right? So there's absolutely no reason to make a rule to do less dungeons because it's much easier to die in a dungeon versus dying while, you know, running around questing, right?
Hey there. Safe travels.
Like, I don't see why anyone would be doing dungeons for leveling unless they want to risk it. But it's definitely riskier. Yeah, okay. Now all of these people are making fun of the hardcore challenge. As if you can't do anything hardcore in any other game than Classic. People are so fucking dumb. Everyone pretends as if Classic invented hardcore. You do understand that there's many different games and many different things you can do in a hardcore version, right? It's not fucking Classic that invented it. And all of these Classic players are always so gatekeepy. It's so annoying. I play Classic and it's the only fun game and all the other games are shit and you're bad because Classic is hard and everything else easy. And you're stupid. Eh. That's what I imagine they sound like. I know, Sebla. Thanks for 45 months, bro. What's up? They went back to League of Legends soon. Soon. My League of Legends arc is gonna begin very soon again. A friend of mine is this kind of guy. It's like he was talking right now. It's actually so obnoxious when people are like that. I absolutely hate it when people are like that. It's such a horrible character trait to have. When all you do is like everything you yourself do is super difficult and super hard and super fun, and everything everyone else does is horrible and pathetic, and and clearly they must be doing it for some like stupid reason instead of, you know, clearly they can't just be enjoying whatever they do. I wonder where that comes from. Like, what kind of character? Because, I mean, usually certain feelings come, you know, like, it's jealousy or it's envy or it's like, you know, like one of those things. But where does this whole gatekeeping thing come from? Is it just, like, wanting to be the main character of life? And if you're not the main character, then you're... It's pathetic, or... I don't know, where does it come from? I wonder. It's an absolute lack of personality. I mean, maybe that's it, yeah. You know what? Yeah, I think that's it. They want to feel special and unique. That might be it, yeah. Because, I mean, everyone wants to, like, feel special, I guess, right? Like, every person wants to be the chosen one or whatever. They want to just be like everyone else. And I guess that means that whatever you're doing is automatically more special than whatever the other people are doing, because you're the special one, right? Fox poop. I need fox poop. Any fox poop around? Oh, yeah. stealth Blackrock hunters. Well, but if they're stealthed, then how am I supposed to kill them? This is not very logical, huh? Unless they're really bad at stealthing. And then maybe you should just leave them alone, because... Poor guys, they're just being very bad at stealthing, and they're called stealth Blackrock hunters. They attach value to the fun they're having, which is normal, but they then feel a need to prove that value to others in an objective way. It's actually really hard, slash the best, slash, yeah. I guess that's it. It's annoying though. I wish people wouldn't feel that way. What's the purpose? It's so weird because I never had I never had that. Like maybe when I was younger, I guess. I don't know, maybe. I'm trying to think. Did I ever gatekeep stuff like that? Maybe. I don't know. I'm sure I did. I can't think of any example, at least. At least not in a serious way. I guess people always do this in like a fun way. Like, maybe not in a fun way, but like not taking it like super seriously. You know what I mean? Like if you like a certain type of car and another person likes a different type of car, then you're gonna be like, no, like my car's better. Like, or it's like the same with phones, I guess. When people are like, no, Samsung is good, it's like iPhone is good or whatever. Like my phone can do this much better than yours. But it's never like serious, I guess. So it's just like, whatever, you know. I don't care. Yeah, if people are like super hostile about it or make it their persona, then it's just incredibly annoying, yeah. That is true. And usually, like, you only do this... Like, this whole thing with, like, let's say Samsung versus iPhone, for example. I think you only really do this with, like, people that you maybe know a bit better. You're not gonna go to a random person. Like, I'm not gonna walk down the street and I see someone having an iPhone and I'm just like, oh my god, you're using an iPhone? Like, I'm not gonna do that. But that's what some people do, right? Like, in a gaming community. Not just in a gaming community, also, like, other people. But sometimes people, like... just join a random Twitch stream and they're like, oh my god, I can't believe you're doing that, like blah blah blah. Which is the equivalent of walking up to a stranger on the street and like saying, oh my god, I can't believe you're using an iPhone. Oh my god, that'd be so funny if people would actually do that. But then like they'll be super serious about it. Hey Frank, what's up? So you won't give me your iPhone? Well, I don't have an iPhone. I have a Samsung because we all know Samsung phones are much better than iPhones. Clearly. Sally recommended to turn on war mode. If this add-on recommends war mode one more time, I swear to God. Fuck you, add-on. Talk to Irene, the flight servant. Why? Oh, journeyman writing. Okay, I'll do that. When smoked, people would come up to me and say, you know, smoking is bad for you. That's actually so funny. I mean, the funny part about that is that I think those people, like I think people that talk to others for like health related things that other people do. You know, when they say that you shouldn't be smoking, or you shouldn't be drinking, or you shouldn't be eating sugar, or blah blah blah, like all of these like unhealthy things that people like tell you not to do, random strangers. I think those people like tell themselves that they're just trying to help, when we all know they're not helping with any of that, right? Like surely that's what they're telling themselves. They're like, oh, I'm actually not being an annoying asshole. I'm just trying to help. Maybe they don't know it's unhealthy. Maybe they're unaware, you know? I think surely that's what they're telling themselves. Yeah, there's just absolutely no way that people smoke and don't know it's bad for them. Like, I mean, they might not know how bad it is, like exactly, you know. Like, I'm sure not everyone that smokes has read a study on it, but I'm sure they all know that it's bad. Pretty sure they're aware. It's very interesting how people say one thing is bad and the other thing is not that bad, though. It's always like that certain things have like, oh wait, I need level 30 for this? You told me to fly here to learn this, and I'm not level 30. What the hell? Cannot believe it. It's your flying bug. Thank you, add-on. Or nothing. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, people are very easy to call out others for certain things, but not for other things, right? Like, people will walk up to another person and tell them smoking is bad. But people will not walk up to a stranger in a bar and say, hey, you shouldn't drink alcohol. It's actually bad for you. Like, imagine that. Just come to a bar and just walk up to some guys like, oh, I see you're drinking beer. So did you know... did you know alcohol is actually bad? It's actually quite unhealthy. Thanks for sub self-stress. Thank you, thank you. Hey, Billy. You're leveling a character, and then you try to get 2k in plus score without dying. Wait 1 sec. Hey, Galadriel, what's up? And why am I coming? Do all of these monsters have stealth attack? Oh, I have a mob with me again. Why does a mob always have to follow me? Hey, Muna, thanks for 14 months. How you doing? It's supposed to be a rare in the mountain, but I don't see it. Yeah, I have the M+ title for sure. There's no way it's gonna go above 3.4k. That would be very weird. You can't die while leveling, no. I think the title is... Is it not above 3.3k yet? I personally thought it would go around 3.3k or above that even, but maybe. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, who knows. It's close to 3.3k. That is what I predicted like 2 months ago. It's gonna be 3.3k. I was right, of course. Found a pet, let's go. Yeah, NA is always lower than the EU. Interestingly enough, the highest region is almost always Korea. The Korean region. But I think it's because they have a lot less players. And the people that do play are just, like, more hardcore, I don't know. I'm gonna go this direction because I want improved Sunfire. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, they want me to move on and I didn't turn in this quest yet. Oh, whatever, I guess. Moving on then. What? Wait, what are we talking about right now? There's a guy that had 766 wins and 5 losses? In PvP? Oh wait, solo shuffle? Or what? Or like 3v3 arena or what? 3v3, okay. How does that work? How are they cheating? Oh, I actually found a guy cheating in League of Legends yesterday. Not yesterday, 2 days ago. On the weekend. I actually found a cheater in League of Legends. I'll show you in a second. I was so confused at first because... you know Tam Kenshin League has this thing where he, like, goes into the floor and like jumps up somewhere else. Like he has like a kind of teleport, right? And they changed the teleport before. Like it used to be his ultimate, and then it changed it to be a normal spell, but the range is much shorter. And I saw this Tam Kench use his teleport like basically across the map, and I was like, wait a second, did they change Tam Kench again? It's like, what the hell? Why is this teleport so far? And I actually thought they changed the spell, but then it seemed so incredibly unfair. The way he like teleported across the literal map that I looked at the replay to see like what the fuck he did. And it definitely looks like some sort of like glitch. I don't know how he's doing it or what exactly is going on, but it's definitely not how it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's some weird exploits. Wait, do you want to level in Duskwood, actually? Isn't there, like, this random rare that kills you? Oh, your video has expired. Oh, well. I guess I'm not showing you. Either way, he just poured it across the map with his W. But yeah, they actually won just because of that. Because he was like with a pre-mate. He was playing with like an Astral top. Like he was playing Time Catch support, and his pre-mate was playing Astral top. And then he would always like port up to the Astral for ganks. And sometimes he would port with the Astral down to the bot lane for ganks. But we didn't actually we weren't losing, even with this whole teleport shenanigans. We were still like winning the game. But then at the end, they would always backdoor. Because he would always take the Astral with him and then port it from their side of the map to our side of the map, killing like towers and killing the inhibs. And at some point, they just, you know, we were on their side of the map trying to finish the game. And then they teleported on our side, basically, you know, killing the Nexus, constantly backdooring us. Which was really hard to deal with because there were always two people. And even if we keep one person back... yeah, it was so dumb too, because I'm not high rated in League, right? I haven't played a lot of games. I haven't even finished my placement games. I think I played like 8 ranked games. So, and it was like around gold, elo. So, like, imagine having to exploit in gold elo. Like, what the fuck? That is so messed up. Where the hell do I have to go? Where's this Adam sending me? Where am I going? Oh, I see. Oh my god, where's Adam sending me? Check for the unknown soldier rare. He's not here. Talk to Felicia, get the dark light path. Okay. Already have that. Jump on the house. I don't think I want to do any jumping. Actually. Oh, the inn is somewhere else. Hey, Drain, what's up? How are you? Talk to Barlet, fly to dark. I'm already here. Yeah, killing spiders. Enjoy, Billy. Don't loot spiders. But what about the Vorgans? I have to kill those too. I don't see any spiders. Look for the rare. Okay. Lupos. What a creative name for a wolf. Nice, Foul Druid. Congrats, GG's. Tiv 1 death again. It must be the random again, I guess. Where did my arrow go? Can't continue like this. Wait, where's my arrow? It has disappeared. Oh, nay. I can't play like this. No arrow that is pointing me to things? Hey Tracy, what's up? Yeah, I know, right? Everyone's doing hardcore challenges now. Have you been trying as well in Classic? I saw even Quick wanted to do it. I saw on Twitter that he wanted to do hardcore Classic. That'd be super cool. Quick is actually doing really well. He also has rank 1 title in Plus as well. Did you see? I think his hunter is like 3.3k score. I think he's getting rank 1 title this season. It's pretty cool. Yeah, he's a Loki gamer indeed. I love that. And he also got it on a hunter, which is not like a super like meta class, I guess. It's not like super easy. So you're kind of squish. But yeah, we're trying this whole retail hardcore. We don't know, because obviously no one has really done retail hardcore before, and it's not about the leveling part, it's about the plus part, right? And at first I thought this is like gonna be super difficult, and I wondered if anyone can even do it. But now that I see now, because I'm obviously super far behind, But now it's already level 70 and a bunch of other people are as well. And they're doing M+ already and it looks to be pretty doable. I don't think they had anyone die in M+ just yet. At least no one that was part of the challenge. What's his score now? He's 1095 score. I think we are gonna have to increase the score for this challenge. I mean, I guess the challenge could just go infinitely, yeah? Yeah, now it could be done tomorrow, yeah. Because tomorrow we have the new reset, so you can do the 45 keys, right? But, I mean, he can just continue afterwards. Yeah, he can go for 2.4k, and then he can go for 3k or whatever. I'm sure it will stop eventually, like at some point. You just can't do like 25 keys or whatever without anyone ever dying or without ever wiping or something. Like, obviously that's not really gonna work out. But I think you can probably go higher, right? It's gonna be cool to see how high you can go. I need to find spiders. Yeah, there could be a leaderboard to see who's got like the highest score. I still think that they should allow boosting. Like if they want this hardcore challenge in retail to continue, like maybe the next season as well, I think they should allow you to boost a character, like level boosting. Because otherwise, like for example, I'm leveling this character now, right? And the leveling part is not the interesting part. So if I die at like level 68 because of something dumb, I will not do this again. 100% I will not create a new character. Because I just get so, like, I get bored from the leveling part, you know? Because it's not like a challenge, right? So I do think, and I think other people are going to be the same. I think other people don't participate in a challenge or don't want to do it because of the leveling part being boring. So I think that they should just allow you to boost the character. And by boosting, I mean either paying for the boost or getting a level boost from like another person. Because I don't know, like I think you still have to, then plus part, you still have to gear your character somehow once you're max level, and you still have to do the plus part, which already takes a lot of time, right? I think the leveling part in itself is the most boring part out of all this whole challenge, right? So I personally think if he wants to do this challenge again, we should just remove the leveling portion of it, honestly. Why is the leveling a part of it? Yeah, I don't honestly know, because now made the rules. And I think he just wanted the leveling to be part of it, because that's just how the hardcore works in general. In like most other games, you need to create a new character from scratch, and you like level it up and blah blah blah. And I guess he just did it because of that. But yeah, I personally think it should not be part of it. People just get bored. I mean, you can definitely die while leveling. I'm not saying it's impossible to die while leveling, but like it's not challenge, right? Like it's basically just boring, and if you die, it probably was because you didn't pay attention enough because you got bored or fell asleep or whatever. You know what I mean? And whenever there's these kind of hardcore challenges, they're fun because it's challenging, right? But I don't think the leveling is challenging, and therefore it kind of ruins the challenge a little bit to me, because it's just like boring to the leveling part. I don't think you should be able to reuse a character, because then it's hard to tell if you're cheating, you know? Because the reason why it has to be a new character is because otherwise you cannot control if a person is like actually doing it or not, you know, because there's an achievement tab that actually looks at your deaths. So to be able to prove that you got the certain score without dying, you need to be able to check the statistics, right? So the challenge has to be a new character, for sure. But I just think you should allow boosting, you know? Because then it's still a new character and they can still track everything, you know? You can still track deaths and you can still, you know, you're not gonna get certain gear or whatever. Hearthstone to Darkshire. Let's do that. Thanks for 29, Akoda. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Rock. Sorry, yeah. My music is actually really low. I want to be vibing too. I mean, this is a sad song, but it's also a very nice song. I like it. I mean, sometimes you just have to switch your mood, Frank, you know? Sometimes you have to go from happy to sad to happy to sad. It's how it is. Just like in real life, you know? Ooh, we got another ring. Let's go. Hello? Oh. It's bugged. Am I supposed to shake ass to this? Explain me. Good point. Let's see what the next song is. Let's see if it's an ass shaking song. This could turn into an ass shaking song? I don't think I know this song. Start slow, but maybe, you know? Get ready for some ass shaking. Possibly. Okay, I mean, it's like a slow ass shaking song. I can do it in slow motion, I guess. If you really want to, you could. Ooh, look at these gloves. Nice. Yep, agreed. Wait, is this leather? I wonder if I ever equipped cloth on accident. No, I'm good. What is this song from? Like, what is this melody from? It's from a different song. Right? What's this melody from? Oh my god, I can't think of it right now. Thanks for the Prime, Dravina. Thank you so much. Oh, it's Katy Perry. Yeah. True. Can't believe she stole that that melody. Yeah. What the fuck? Is Katy Perry gonna sue her? Man. Whenever somebody mentions Katy Perry, I'll always have to think of this one clip where she was just saying something incredibly dumb. And now I have this opinion of Katy Perry that she's stupid. And I'm not sure if it's true or not, but she did say something incredibly dumb. And every single time somebody brings up Katy Perry, I have to think of this. Is map related to science? Yes. Yeah. That's the exact one. I can just see it right in front of me. And the way she's like saying it too. Oh man. math related to science? Because the thing is, maybe she's not actually stupid. Like, it's possible that she, like, I don't know, sometimes she just says dumb things. Like, maybe it was a more detailed question and it just sounded dumb when she said it. You know? Or maybe she's just stupid. I don't know. Hey, Dippin, by the way, how are you? She even admitted that she didn't pay much attention in school. Well, okay, just because you didn't pay much attention in school doesn't mean you're stupid, though. Right? I mean, I didn't pay much attention in school. And, I mean, you could call me stupid, but, I mean, I don't know. It's like, I'm not that stupid. Maybe a little bit, but... Alright, open up your talents and turn on war mode. Just fucking add on. I'm not turning on war mode, stop asking me. Flight's Darkshire. I am in Darkshire. Except look to the stars. Okay. Am I not supposed to do the quest here? Am I just skipping this step or what? Just fucking add on. Whatever, I'm following the arrow. Whatever the arrow tells me, I'm doing. I didn't pay much attention in school, so... I can't quest by myself. I can only do what the Adam tells me to do. Oh wait, I have ink card now, I forgot. I need to bind this somehow. Where's it here? Oh my god, let's go. We got cooldowns, that means we can pull even bigger. Pull everything. I did this already. I think it's things just die instantaneously. I don't know. It's fucking stellar flare. Talk to Blind Mary. Alright, I'll do that. You shouldn't kill him inside because I was standing in green pools. Yeah, this item is something you have to pay for. It's called Rested XP. So you have to pay for it. Keep that in mind. I mean, I personally always play Avskaveld over Shadow Gem, just because I think that on really high keys, Avskaveld is more valuable damage. But I don't think Shadow Gem is bad. I just think that even on 45 keys, single target damage is more important than having a little bit more AoE, in my opinion. Like, I'd rather have more single target than AoE. But you can play whatever you want. Where's this guy supposed to be? Upstairs? Right here. We're skipping this, fuck it. Why would you want to play my account? My druid doesn't even have good gear. My druid sucks. I don't even have icon. Now I almost died. What happened? For a second, boss. Checking. Where's the clip? You can't just say that and then not link the clip. Wait, they're actually doing a 17 SVG, yeah? Damn, they're really pushing it now, aren't they? They got all of this false confidence now. Okay, I'll be right back 1 second, and then when I come back, I want to see a clip. Somebody get me the almost dying clip, please. Be right back 1 second, guys. Should I leave you with a sad song or a vibing song? Do you want to listen to this? It's kind of a cute song. It's not an ass shaky song, though. What do you want? You want a sad song? Okay, be right back. All right. Back. Here's my clip. Wow. Okay, we're not watching it then. Fun. I do think Shadow Moon is one of the more difficult dungeons, though. Like, there's a lot of things that can just kill you. Even as a tank. Well, it's more difficult as a tank, obviously, but... To loot this guys? No. Hatzel, what's up? Alright, they're doing Bone Maw. I don't think you can down Bone Maw. You would have to try really hard to down that guy. I guess you could die to Quaking, because Quaking, sometimes does not get removed. It only gets removed during inhale. If it happens right before or right after. I think now is not walking into the thing on purpose because of it. Oh, there's invisible mobs, okay? There's supposed to be a chest? I don't see one. morning, Garrison. Thanks for the 30 months. What's up? Yeah. The only way you can die in Boma is if you get bored. There's like this elite mob that patrols the street, right? We need to make sure we're not meeting that guy. Alright, so I do think that the last boss is actually kind of dangerous. 13 dodge. Interesting. I think we can go this and then this, even though damage reduction is also nice. But I want improved Sunfire. It's so annoying to not have that ability. Moonix. Yeah, I do sometimes charge the boss in cat form, which puts you behind the boss. And it's almost always safe. I don't think I ever actually got hit by the wall doing that. Wait, somebody died. Oh, the warlock died. I don't think the warlock's part of the challenge. Yeah, I don't think the warlock's part of it. It's actually looking a little bit spice. Like, they're barely killing the mobs from the wall. Okay, they did it though. One thing that could also kill now, I guess, is thundering, right? Definitely dead to that. Alright, they did it. are you guys opening your vault now? Good luck with your vault. My vault tomorrow is gonna be great. I mean, it is really late in the season. If you still need items, it is so sad. I still need a lot of items, though. I mean, a lot. I still need 2 trinkets. I still need Rasagap legs. I need Kura gloves. I need Brewkeeper ring. Passing speed increased. This is a nice buff, actually. Nice, Nadian. You got this, I believe. Dash skip is a good strategy. Yeah. Yeah, they told me to dash skip quite a few times already. Oh yeah, you definitely like almost all people that actually do high income that have been playing since the start of Dragonflight, they don't necessarily need any items anymore. Like most people have their gear, right? It's rare to have like actual best in slot gear. $1,400 health. Wait, I can actually use those? These portions give me 1,400 health. That's so much better than the ones I have. Huh. I haven't got an icon either in my vault. Not once. I mean, there's multiple different ways on how Blizzard could give us guaranteed items from Raid or M+. Like, there's so many systems they could do, right? They could reintroduce the dinar system. They could make you able to catalyst items. But they do that. They don't do that on purpose. They don't want you to get these items outside of the RNG fiesta that is killing the boss and getting loot or the vault. They don't want you to have a guaranteed way of getting it. I mean, the reason why super rare items exist is because of, like, Blizzard literally wants you to aim for those items. They want you to have like a goal in mind.
No.
They want you to have a goal in mind where you're like, you have this way of thinking. It's like, okay, next week I'm gonna kill this boss and I'm gonna get my super rare item. Like, they want you to have this kind of mindset, this subconscious feeling of needing to clear a raid to get a really good item that is gonna be a really big upgrade, right? Like, they literally want this feeling to be there. If they would give you a way of guaranteed getting a super rare item, like if they would give you a dinar system or some way of getting these super rare items, then the whole purpose of the super rare items would be gone. Because, like, the whole reason why they exist is because they're drops and RNG. So if they would actually give us a way of getting them guaranteed, then it would remove the whole purpose of the items even existing in the first place. Are you playing here Pulsar? I mean, Owl is not very good. Maybe waning. Fuck it, let's go Pulsar, I guess. I get that, but you've literally talked about how you can pollute your vault by actually raid progging, and then there's also the fact that casual guilds extending to not lose out on raid prog get hard screwed by not having. I mean, I understand all the reasoning behind this, right? Like, I'm not saying that it's a good thing. Like, I personally hate rare items completely. Like, I don't want rare items to exist at all. I mean, I also rather have a Titan Force system than what we have right now with the loot system. But I'm just saying why they won't do it. Like, I'm just explaining to you why they will not give us a guaranteed way of getting super rare items. They just won't do it. I'm explaining to you why. I'm not saying that it's good, and I'm agreeing with all of the downsides of these things. It's just bad by default. I mean, I disagree. I think the Hunter Bow is a horrible idea. No. Okay. Mm-hmm. And like I think the hunter bow, for example, is really just a horrible item to exist. I mean, imagine you're a hunter and you don't have this bow. Like, the hell, it's horrible. I mean, I personally also just don't like legendary items at all. I think legendary items are... Like, I understand why people generally like special items. Because... like, it feels good to get a special item, right? It's like a dopamine thing. Where you feel really good for when you get it. And I do understand it. But logically, any kind of rare item or special item is just bad. Because either you have it... and for what? Like, let's say there's a legendary for your class specifically. And... once you get the item, you feel good in this one moment where you got it. But then afterwards, it's not that this special item makes you more special than other classes. Like, I think sometimes people have this feeling that a certain item makes you better than other classes, but that's not how Blizzard designs the game anymore, right? In the past, it was true. Like, in the past, a rogue that had Illidan Glaives was probably doing a lot more damage than another melee without, you know... Like, if you compared a rogue with Illidan Glaives versus a, I don't know, a feral druid, then the rogue was doing a lot more damage. But obviously that is not how to design the game anymore. If you have a special item for your class or a special legendary, that doesn't mean you can do more damage than other classes. It just means that Blizzard will balance your class around having that certain item. Because it's the same thing with the hunter bow. It's not that hunters do a lot more damage than everyone else. Even though the bow gave them like a 20% damage increase back before they were nerfed it, right? But that, yeah, it didn't mean that hunters did more damage when they had the bow. It just meant that they do less damage than everyone else if they do not have it. That's the problem with these items, right? The problem is Blizzard has to always assume best in slot gear whenever they're balancing, right? Because people could have the items. So you cannot just say, oh, we're gonna balance everyone around not having best in slots, and then we're gonna create certain items to give one class a 20% damage increase and another class only a 5% damage increase. They can't do that, right? They have to balance the classes around having best in slot gear. Which means that if you have an item that's really strong for your class, then it doesn't mean that you're going to be doing a lot of damage with that item. It means that you're just going to do a lot less damage than everyone else if you do not have it. So it's only a downside. There's actually no upside. The only upside is the special feeling when you loot the item. So for these 5 minutes that you're going to be happy about looting this item that is really good for you, that's the upside of this item existing. Everything else is the downside. Right? So for me personally, I wish none of these special items would exist at all. Because I understand what they're there for, and it's just not doing it for me, you know? Like, I'm not gonna sit there and be incredibly happy if Moonkin has like a special trinket that gives me a 20% damage increase. In fact, I would be annoyed by that. I would be like, fuck that. It's the same with tier sets. I personally am also not the biggest... I mean, it's not that I don't like tier sets. I do hate the like the power difference. Tier sets are never balanced, ever. Like between the power gain, right? There's always certain classes that gain a lot more damage from tier than others. And I hate that about tier sets. The thing that is really cool about tier sets is that it actually gives you borrowed power specifically for A tier. So it does kind of affect like it's like a fresh thing. Like you play your class maybe a little bit differently. The thing is also though that you don't need tier sets for that to happen. Like you don't need tier sets for your class to be played a little bit differently from one tier to the next. Blizzard could literally just change it, you know? Like, instead of you getting a tier set, Blizzard could literally just say, oh, we're nerfing this talent, we're buffing this talent, and there we go, bam, your class plays different now, right? Because your class always plays depending on balancing. If they all of a sudden say, hey, we're gonna buff New Moon by a shit ton, and we're gonna buff Orbital Strike, well, then all of a sudden you're a 2-minute class that presses New Moon, right? So there you go. Now your class plays differently, you know? So you don't necessarily need tier sets for your class to play differently. But at least it happens in a more natural way if it's tier set. If Blizzard just changes your class, or buffs and nerfs your class so you play different talents, it doesn't feel as natural, and it feels like more like they're forcing it on you. While with tier set, they are still forcing it on you, because they're the ones creating the tier sets. But it feels more natural, I guess. Where do you enter this mine? Jesus. Did you side? Hey, yeah, blue, thanks for 27. The problem with tier set is, I personally think that tier sets should just be a lot weaker. I think they always make tier set too strong. Because in my opinion, the purpose of the tier set should to change up your class a little bit, right? Like to just give you like a fresh feeling and to give you a sense of progression, like you say. Because having a sense of progression is important, and to chase after a tier set, I think is really cool. But whenever they make class sets so strong, then it just feels the sense of progression just feels bad almost. Because if there's a certain tier set that just gives you like a huge damage increase, then it almost doesn't feel like you're almost not happy for receiving the set. You almost just feel sad for not having more of the set early on, you know? Like, I feel like it's just more of a negative feeling than it is a positive feeling. Because it's always too strong. If it would be a little bit less of a damage increase for most players, then maybe it wouldn't feel like the end of the world if you don't have it. But the truth is that the tier sets are just many times just so strong that it just feels like if you don't have it, then you're just not doing any damage, you know? And at that point, that's just like a bad feeling. It's not a good feeling. That, like, the sense of progression is being like overshadowed by the fact that you're just like looking at the damage meter and you're doing 20% less damage than everyone else because you don't have tier set and they do. I mean, I know that they want you to get it. Like, I understand that tier set to feel a sense of progression, or they want the players to go for the tier set, right? They want you to farm it, which is good. I do think that tier should be so good that people want it. But there's a difference between a tier set being like a 20% damage increase or being like a 5% damage increase. Because a 5% damage increase is still so good that everyone would want it. 5% is a lot. I just don't think that it should be in like these insane numbers. Like 20%. It's like, well, what do you mean 20% damage increase? Like, well, the problem arises with the next tier set if it isn't that strong. I mean, I don't necessarily agree because they like they can just create a tier set that is 5% damage increase, right? And then next tier set, they can also just make that one 5%. And they just nerf the old one. Like, problem solved, right? In my mind. Because they do that, right? Like, for example, they nerfed the Moonkin tier set next season. Whenever the next patch comes out, Moonkin set will be a lot worse than what it is now. Because right now, the Moonkin set is, like, way too strong. It's, like, 20%, right? So when the next patch comes out, the Moonkin set is going to be nerfed. And they do that specifically because they want you to have the new set. And not run around with the old set. And they could do that with all sets, right? They could just say, hey, you're nerfing your old set by a little bit. Go and farm the new one. Wait, was I supposed to talk to another guy over there? Shit. Who was I supposed to talk to? Is there a guy in the mountain? Huh? Okay, now I'm confused. Ooh, I should be leveling Taurus. That's a very good idea. I missed her, I guess. Turgus was actually so much fun in Alpha. In Shadowlands Alpha. It was super difficult. It was super, super hard in the start of Alpha. Like, you literally had to kite every single mob and pull mobs one by one. And at some point it was face roll when you had a bunch of powers, but at the very start it was super difficult. Oh, the Warlock died again. But they had 4 deaths. The Warlock died 4 times? Wait, they're playing Amakatya with an Enforce. No, I don't think well, I mean, maybe. I don't think Torghast could have ever turned into like a repeatable fun I mean, possibly. I do think in World of Warcraft, for any kind of content to be repeatable, it has to be group content. I don't personally think that solo content can ever be repeatable fun. And by repeatable, I mean something like M+ or raiding or PvP. For something to be fun once in a while, like for example Mage Tower, right? Mage Tower is fun, but that's not repeatable content. You do not do Mage Tower multiple times. Forever and ever. You do it once and that's it, right? And that's how solo content has to be, in my opinion. I don't think solo content can ever be like competitive in like a repeatable format. I don't think so, at least. I couldn't really think of anything. Like that. Torghast, I'm sure it would be fun for a while. So I also like doing visions, honestly. Like when visions were new, I liked doing them. But these things just get boring eventually, yeah. Because you don't have anyone to blame but yourself, you know? People need other people to blame. I mean, yeah, I personally just don't think that Palace of the Dead is fun in a repeatable way. Like, people just don't do that, right? Because Palace of the Dead is basically Torghast. I just don't think that that's ever fun for somebody to do 24/7, you know? I'm not saying that it couldn't be fun a few times. But it's not something you log in every day and do every day. Like in Plus or like raiding or PvP, you know? It would be incredibly difficult to create that kind of content in WoW, I think. Because the thing that makes the other content so good, in my opinion, is just RNG. Uncontrollable RNG, yeah. I think you need uncontrollable RNG for things to be repeatable enough. And the only way you can create uncontrollable RNG is by adding other players. In PvP, by default, you have other players because you play against them. And in Plus and in raiding, you play with other people, and depending on what they do, they will affect what is happening in a dungeon, right? Because whenever you play in Plus, the mobs always do the same thing, but the players don't always do the same thing. So that affects what is going on. If you would be by yourself, then you're not affected by what other people do. You're only affected by what yourself are doing. And therefore, I don't think it creates enough RNG for it to be, like, repeatable enough, I think. And because you can add uncontrollable RNG into NPCs as well. Like, you can create AI, like NPCs or whatever, that do complete RNG stuff, but then people don't like that because that's unfair. People don't like it when mobs do complete random stuff, right? In PvE. Because in the end, you're playing PvE and not PvP. I never really played Elden Ring, no. Yeah, affixes of course also add variety. Yeah, affixes are actually more important than people think. There's a lot of people that think that you don't need affixes or whatever, but I think affixes are quite important for M+ to be repeatable content. Or at least more important than people think. I completely disagree. I don't think you need kiss curse affixes in M+. Like, I'm not saying that I would hate kiss curse affixes, but I don't think you need them for M+ to be fun at all. Because, I mean, we literally played M+ for years and years and years. And normal affixes were never kiss curse affixes. And now all of a sudden everyone wants kiss curse affixes, which, I mean, I understand that they want to change. But that's not the only way on how M+ can be fun, right? You don't need positive affixes, you really don't. It would be something different for sure, it would be fun. One thing that people also forget about, by the way, this is actually something that I don't think I ever talked about, but this whole discussion about positive affixes. No matter if it's kiss curse affixes or just in general positive. Because I also had the suggestion once that affixes in general could also just be purely positive. There could be like no negative aspect about them at all, technically, because what's the purpose of affixes is to change dungeons from one week to the other, so you play them differently, right? That's the purpose of affixes, to make M+ different every week, right? For the so you don't get bored. So, and technically you can do that with positive affixes, just pure positive affixes. For example, you know, like there's sanguine pools that spawn, but they don't heal the mobs, they heal you. And they do damage to the mobs. Or, I don't know, like, if you stack up with a certain buff, then you all do 20% more damage. Like, all that kind of stuff would change the way you play dungeons. The one thing that people don't think about, though, is that, in my opinion, positive affixes would actually make dungeons, like, good players would be able to gain a much bigger advantage from playing around good affixes than good players gain right now from not messing up bad affixes. You know what I'm trying to say? Because really good players, they will just understand how to really utilize good affixes. Like, they will really use it in their advantage, while not so good players will not do that. They will not be able to play around them so well. So that just means that if you have good affixes, it would create a bigger like difference between like really good players and not so good players. It also might cause a lot of toxicity on top of this, because if you're pugging an M+ key and in your opinion your group does not utilize the positive buffs that well, it might cause like extra toxicity that doesn't necessarily happen with negative affixes. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say if you stack up with 5 people, then you get a 20% damage increase. And now let's say you're pugging a key and this one random player doesn't stack up with you. Well, then maybe the other 4 people are going to be super upset and they're like, fuck you, like, come, we're not gaining our 20% damage increase right now because you're not stacking with us. You know, people might get super toxic because whenever you have a positive affix, you would have to play around the positive affix, right? And I think that might actually create more toxicity and a bigger difference between good players and bad players, which is not necessarily good. Like, it could actually have a pretty negative outcome that people don't really think about. I'm not saying that it has to happen, but I do think that it can definitely happen. exactly. Like the whole thundering thing, when people instantly clear thundering for safety. And other people called them out for it. I'm not saying any names. You have to play around on affix, positive or negative. I mean, yes, you do. But it's different. If you don't play around the negative affix perfectly, it doesn't mean you have an instantaneous negative outcome. You know what I mean? Like, let's say you mess up bolstering a little bit, and some guy is super highly bolstered. Me as a person, like, let's say I'm a random damage dealer in a plus dungeon, and we bolstered out the dragon, the storm drake, at the start of Halls of Valor really highly. Well, I'm not gonna feel super bad about that. I might have some negative feelings, and I'm like, oh shit, we bolstered this dragon really highly. But I'm not gonna think, oh fuck you guys, we just bolstered this dragon really highly. But if you have a positive effect, like a 20% damage increase, because we all know people care about damage a lot. And for some reason, you need everyone in your team to play around this buff for you to utilize it, then people will actually be very upset, I think. Like, I think so. And then on top of it, you have to understand that positive affixes need to be something very specific. A positive affix has to be like a flat damage increase somehow, like a percentage-based damage increase. Because if it's anything else than a flat damage increase, then certain classes benefit from it a lot more than others, which causes imbalance, right? So let's say it's a haste buff. If it's a haste buff, certain classes benefit a lot more than others, and if you're not benefiting, you feel bad. And it causes an imbalance in just like balancing in general and plus balancing. If it's crit, certain classes benefit more than others. If it's mastery, certain classes benefit more than others, and so on and so on and so on, right? So there has to be a flat damage amount. It can also not be some kind of damage proc. I mean, it can be, but that would be weird. As soon as you're not the one playing the dungeon, I think that's bad. For example, some people suggested that sanguine pools, instead of doing damage to the mob, instead of healing the mobs, they would do damage to the mobs. Now, at that point, whenever you have something in a dungeon that damages the mobs for you, then it kind of takes away your job as a damage dealer. Because what's the point of a damage dealer in M+? Well, they're killing the mobs, right? And if the affixes are killing the mobs for you, without you having to press your abilities correctly, then it takes away the purpose of you playing your character well. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it doesn't matter how you press your buttons. You just have to tank this mob in Sanguine and it's gonna die, you know? And of course, it's not like black and white. There's like a spectrum, I guess. Like, if Sanguine doesn't do like an insane amount of damage to the mobs, then it maybe wouldn't be that big of a deal. But we all know how people hate these things. Like, if you think back at any kind of dungeon that had an ability that helped you out with damage, then people didn't like it, right? Think about Toldagor with the cannons, or Caesar Borealis with the friendly fire on the ground, or Necrotic Wake with the spears and the hammers. Like, all of these things that help you, and you're not the one doing the damage, people don't necessarily like it that much, right? It's not... Because people want to press their damaging spells and do their own damage. People don't want to be reliant on some fucking spear or some cannon or whatever that kills mobs for you. It's not a fun experience, right? So how do you even create positive affixes? It's not that easy. Because affixes, you need to have a bunch of different affixes. You cannot just have one affix, right? You need a bunch of different ones. But if you're so limited in what the positive effects could be, then it's kind of hard to even like come up with 10 different affixes. Right? Like, what are you going to do? What kind of positive affixes would you even create? Have you ever thought about what the affixes would even do? You know? Because I can't think of anything that is like super fun or good. Other than like a few. think it depends on the kind of buff you get. If you progressively power up your character with stat gains throughout the dungeon, it's cool. If you throw a turnip at the mobs and they start committing suicide, it's no. I mean, I agree, but a progressive affix can just not be a weekly affix, right? I think whenever people think about positive affixes, they think about seasonal affixes. And as for a seasonal affix, it makes sense to have all of these positive effects because it's the same every week. Like every single week, you have the same seasonal affix, so it does not create a imbalance between weeks. It's always the same, right? Now, people are asking though for the normal affixes to be positive. And how do you create these affixes to, first of all, not be completely unfair and create an imbalance? Then number two, they also have to be balanced between one another, right? One positive affix cannot be much better than the other positive affix, because that will create an imbalance again. And then somehow you need to come up with 10 different positive affixes that are all like different enough for you to play around them differently. Because obviously the purpose of affixes is to change the way you play in Plus. So they have to be so different that you actually play the dungeon around them differently, right? And I think this is a lot harder than what people like imagine in their heads. Like people just say, oh, just come up with kiss curse affixes. Yeah, okay, well, have you tried coming up with 10 different ones? And then on top of that, you also have to understand that they cannot be too difficult. That is also something that people don't think about. Because a seasonal affix can actually be pretty difficult because it's the same affix every week for a whole season long. But a weekly affix cannot be difficult. Thundering, for example, would be way too hard for a seasonal affix. Seasonal affixes have to be pretty straightforward. Because obviously you play an affix for 1 week every month or two. And that creates a scenario where it needs to be so straightforward that people are not going to get frustrated by it. And that also counts for positive affixes, right? I mean, I also personally don't understand why people get frustrated in general by the current affixes, because I don't think they're... I personally don't think that the current affixes are very hard. I think the current affixes are very straightforward and pretty easy, honestly. So I really don't understand why people are, in general, annoyed by affixes as much as they are. I mean, I understand that you get frustrated by quaking if you can't see the animation, or you have to stack up like blah blah. Like, I understand that, and I mean they're removing quaking for that reason, right? I understand why healers hate explosives, because they're the ones that have to do them, and they're also removing that. But I think people are just exaggerating when they say they want like I understand that you don't like certain affixes, but to ask for a complete affix rework and for all of them to be all of a sudden positive affixes, it just seems a little bit over the top to me. It's like, especially in the middle of an expansion, like, it's not just like, you don't just snap your fingers and make all affixes positive. Or kiss curse affixes or whatever, like that's like a really big change. That is something you do between an expansion, from one expansion to the next. I don't think people understand how much of a change that would be, yeah? And I'm not saying that I would generally dislike it if they're all positive. I wouldn't. I just think that people are a little bit... Like, people are maybe not understanding that you don't just do that, you know? Like, you don't just, like, wake up one day, it's like, oh, let's make all positive affixes. Mid-expansion. Thanks for 5 months, Tommy, what's up? Like, that is definitely something that has to be tested extensively, yeah? Like, on something like beta or whatever. Also, what do you do with... Like, how do you even balance the affix system? Like there's just so many problems with having positive affixes, right? Because right now, the way affixes work is that you gain an affix on a certain key level, right? Now imagine affixes are positive. Well, then you would have a downside if you don't have an affix, right? So you would have to add all affixes from +2 onwards already. Because otherwise you literally have a downside for playing a +5 key because you don't have any affixes. So you're missing out on the buffs, right? So that would already be a little bit awkward. We'd have to just make them be there by default, I guess, from level 2 onwards. Would care about that. I mean, a lot of people would care about that. What do you mean? A lot of people would care if lower keys are harder than higher keys. Because that would literally what would happen, right? Like, that would literally mean that certain lower keys would be harder than higher keys. And that would just be stupid. Saying that no one would care is just, like, pretty ignorant, right? Of course people would care. No, it definitely is about people wanting an easier game. 100%. Which is understandable, though. People want M+ to be easier. 100%. But it's also understandable because M+ is difficult to start out in. And the reason why M+ is difficult to start is just like every other PvE content is difficult early on until you have learned the content, right? Just like doing a mythic boss for the first time is difficult. Because you have to learn what the mechanics do and you have to remember what the mechanics do and how to play around them and blah, blah, blah. And for M+, I think for a lot of people it's just frustrating because there's so much you have to learn. And some people are not necessarily super happy about having to learn them. Because they maybe don't play M+ to be like super high rated. They just want to play M+ to get loot. Right? So if dungeons are somewhat difficult, then people already get frustrated just like by like just learning the actual dungeon. They feel like it's enough for them already. And if on top of that, you also have to worry about affixes, it just makes things more frustrating and more difficult, right? So yes, I think it's fair to say that people want M+ to be easier. That's why they don't like the negative affixes. I think that is why. There's of course other reasons why people don't like certain affixes. But whenever people don't like affixes as a whole, then that's the main reason, I think. I couldn't think of any other main reason. But then, of course, sometimes people just hate on affixes because they're just, like, unfair to play around. Like, for example, quaking. If you died to quaking because you literally couldn't see it, or because you had to stack up, I mean, at that point you just hate it because it's unfair, right? That's a different story. Yeah, affixes are a very interesting topic. I mean, it's like a hot topic right now because I honestly, I think it has everything to do with thundering, personally. I think people dislike thundering so much that everyone just like... Okay, I think it has two reasons. Number one, I think people hated thundering so much that they also started hating all the other affixes. And number two, I think Dragonflight is too good. Like, I'm not joking. I think Dragonflight is actually such a good expansion that people have such little to complain about that they're a bit more nitpicky. Because when you really think about it, we had these same affixes in, like, the past 5-6 years. We had the same affixes, just much worse. Like, right now, we have the best version of affixes ever. The affixes that we have right now are much easier and much less frustrating than what we have in the past. It's just true. Like, bolstering was a lot worse in the past. Then also, like, explosive was a lot worse in the past when you actually had to, like, switch them and target them properly and kill them, which was horrible. Volcanic was a lot worse. We had necrotic. We had teeming. We had skittish. Like, we had all of these horrible affixes in the past that were just infinitely worse than what we have right now. And people didn't complain about them as much as they do now. And I think it has a lot to do with Dragonflight actually being pretty good expansion. So people are looking... Like, people are complaining about things they maybe wouldn't complain about. Because the better you have it, the more you're going to complain about things that maybe you didn't complain about before because there were things that were just worse. Because in Shadowlands, you had so much stuff to complain about that affixes were not, like, the #1 thing to talk about, right? Not to say that that makes it okay and that you shouldn't be able to complain about it. Like, obviously, if you don't like affixes, you don't like affixes, right? I'm not saying that just because it was worse in the past doesn't mean that you can't complain. But I think that is, like, a big reason why affixes are such a big topic nowadays. Because everything else is kind of... I don't know, people like it, I guess. People are happy, generally, with stuff. So they just now found affixes to talk about. Inspired, oh my god. Dude, I forgot that inspired was a thing. Oh man, that was such a bad affix. Oh my Jesus. Maybe people are also just generally upset that there's no seasonal affix in Season 2. Maybe people just really like seasonal affixes. I personally don't mind that there's no seasonal affix. But maybe other people do, I don't know. Hey Kevin, thanks for 7 months. What's up? Maybe another reason why people complain about affixes is because they increase the level in which you have to do in plus to get the highest reward. I think that is also pretty related. Because ever since Dragonflight, people actually have to do higher keys to get the maximum reward from their vault. And I think that pushed a few players onto higher keys that usually wouldn't do it. So if you're a player that maybe does not like M+ that much, but you do it for loot, and if the key level that you have to do is higher, then by default it's also more difficult. And maybe then you're more frustrated by affixes than you would usually be on lower key levels. I guess that's also a possibility, yeah. Because I do think that, in general, people that do high keys do not complain as much about affixes as people that do not. Like, people that push for a rank 1 title or people that just do really high in plus because they like doing it, they generally just don't dislike affixes as much as, like, others do. At least I almost never hear super, like, M+ players that play a lot complain a shit ton about affixes. At least not in the same way. Because there's people that complain about affixes as a whole, you know, that they just dislike all affixes. And then there's people that complain about specific affixes, that they're too unfair, like quaking, sometimes overlapping within a mechanic, or sanguine, like healing too much, blah, blah, blah. And I think the higher M+ players that play M+ for fun, because they like doing it, they mainly compare about affixes if they're unfair. Or if they feel like they cannot play around them properly. While I feel like people that do not play as much in plus and that generally just do it for the loot, they complain just about the affix system as a whole because they don't necessarily care about M+ that much, so they also don't care about the dungeons changing with the affixes. So they just want to be less impactful, I guess. What is Jungle Remedy? Finish killing and looting. Okay. I do think that certain dungeons... Certain dungeons just make certain affixes look worse than what they maybe could be. I always bring up this example with Sanguine. Where... I don't think that Sanguine by default is a bad affix. If you can play around it in a, like, reasonable way. The times where Sanguine feels really bad is if you have mobs that, for example, run away without you being able to control them. Like, if they just run away in fear and they run through the Sanguine pool. Or if you have, like, a hunter-type mob that just stands still and shoots at you, and you can't move them up. No matter where the tank moves, it doesn't come unless you're line of sight, right? Or if you have a mob that cannot be displaced, like it's just a CC immunity mob, and it just stands there and casts a spell for 10 seconds, right? Like, these are the times where Sanguine feels really bad. And I agree with you that that has more to do with the way they design the mobs. It doesn't necessarily have something to do with the Sanguine, it has something to do with how the mobs were designed. Because some mobs just are absolutely horrendous with Sanguine, and other mobs are absolutely whatever, right? Hey, Arvia, what's up? I personally think that Thundering is not a bad... again, this is my personal opinion. I personally did not mind Thundering. I think the thing with Thundering is just that... I think it's a little bit... it was just a little bit too hard. Because the problem with Thundering is, if you mess it up, two things. Like, you get punished too hard for messing it up. And number two, it's too difficult to play around it well. In reality. Because in theory, it doesn't sound that hard. Thundering. Right? Like, thundering is not an affix that sounds difficult. But in reality, it is very difficult. Because there's... The most difficult part about thundering is the fact that it always happens at different situations in the dungeon. It's not always the same situation, right? Like, you can do Asher Vault 100 times, and you might get thundering in like different parts of the dungeon every time. Because of course thundering has a timer. The longer you're in combat, you know, get thundering. But the combat time is going to be different every time, right? Because sometimes you kill the first pack in 10 seconds, and another time you kill the first pack in 30 seconds, right? So the times where you get thundering inside the dungeon is always different. And therefore, it actually creates very difficult situations that you're not prepared for if you've never seen it before in that spot of the dungeon. So, for you to play around thundering properly, you need to be incredibly aware of the affix constantly. Like, you constantly have to be aware of the affix and be like, oh, we could get thundering here. We should be clearing it now because in 5 seconds we have to spread out for this other mechanic. Otherwise, we are gonna maybe die, you know? So you constantly have to like be aware of the affix, which is actually very difficult. That's why people at the start of Dragonflight mess up thundering all of the time. And now at the end of the season, thundering is barely being messed up, especially in high keys. The amount of times I get stunned by thundering or die to thundering is incredibly rare on high keys. It almost never happens. Because people are so aware of the affix now, and they're so... like, they're just really experienced with the affix, right? And I think that caused a lot of frustration early on when the affix was new, because it actually was just too difficult. Because if you think about all of the other seasonal affixes we had, they were very straightforward, and you knew what's gonna happen. It never created as much RNG. Every previous affix we had, seasonal affix, was always, like, you knew when it's gonna happen. Because it was either triggered through percentage enemy forces, right? Like, for example, Reaping and Prideful, they were triggered in 20% enemy forces, right? Which meant that you knew when it's gonna happen. Like, you looked at the enemy forces and they're like, oh, we're at 19%. That means if we kill this trash bag, we're gonna get the Pride mob, right? So you knew it's gonna happen exactly when. And other affixes, just like Tormented or Awakening or whatever, like all of these other affixes, you also just saw them, right? Like, you saw when they were gonna happen. Like, you saw the mob standing there, right? So it never surprised you. Like, you never all of a sudden got a Tormented mob standing in front of you, right? Like, you knew where they are and you saw them and you played around them. And that's why I actually think that the thundering is the most difficult affix, the seasonal affix we actually had. And the thing is, Blizzard wanted to make it less impactful. Blizzard's intention with thundering was to make it less impactful. Because they don't want you to change the way you play the dungeons. Because we rotate the whole thing, like the whole dungeon pool in Season 2. So they specifically wanted to make it less impactful. And what it turned out to be is more difficult than any other seasonal affix we had before. And I think that's why people hated thundering so much, because it was actually just really hard. Or it is really hard. And that just frustrated players, which is very understandable. Because it's, again, it's just the RNG factor that makes it hard, right? And yeah, you can have a weak aura that tracks thundering. But who had that at the start of, like, who the fuck was tracking thundering cooldown at the start of the expansion? And even if you track the thundering cooldown, you might still just not play around it perfectly. Just like Quaking has a timer too, right? Quaking has a timer and a weaker for it. But you might still just get surprised by Quaking because there's other things that you should be... Like, there's other things you have to focus on, and you have to, you know, cast your rotation, interrupt buffs, do the thing. So being constantly aware of a Quaking timer or a Thundering timer is not... It's not something that people do, especially at the start of the expansion when all of the dungeons are completely new to them. And these stupid panthers, where are they? I mean, I do think, like... I think it's a little bit of a hot take to say that Thundering is very difficult, but I think it's true. Like... Because... if you think about Thundering, like just the effect of it, if it wasn't difficult, why would anyone ever get stunned by that affix? Ever. Why? You know, think about it. If it was an easy affix, right? You would never get stunned. Why? Why would you ever get stunned by that affix? You know it's happening. And not just for 5 seconds. You know it's happening for how long is Thundering? 20 seconds? 10 seconds? 15? I don't know. But you have a really long heads up. It's not that just like Thundering gets applied and then 5 seconds later you get stunned. No. You have like a long time. And people still get stunned. Why? Well, because it's actually not that easy. Because constantly being aware of an affix like that is not easy. And as I said, the RNG effect of it, right? That it's in different parts of the dungeon every time. Bishu. But yeah, I think the reason why it's difficult, or was more difficult at the start, was just because you didn't know the dungeons either, right? Thundering gets a lot easier if you know the dungeons really well. The better you know the dungeons, the better you... or the less you have to think about what's gonna happen, right? It always has something to do with like experience and knowledge. Because the more experienced you are in a certain dungeon, the more, like, the less you have to actively think about what's gonna happen next. You're just aware of it naturally. You just know, oh, like, in a second we're all gonna get knocked back and we're gonna be spread out. Like, you just know. The more you play the dungeon, the more aware you are of that fact. So you'll be able to handle Thundering a lot better because you don't have to actively think about, oh my god, what's gonna happen next? Do we have to clear this Thundering right now? Or can we wait? Like, you don't have to, like, waste your brain power on thinking about the actual boss mechanics or dungeon mechanics because you're just aware of them naturally. So yeah, I just wanted to make a easy affix, and it turned out to be a hard affix, and people hate it. The end. I personally stopped doing World First a long time ago just because I... Oh. Why am I stunned for an hour? You stop that right now. So when I was still doing World First, you literally did not have to do like all of this... Oh my god. You didn't have to do all of this like super annoying stuff. I mean, you still had to do it, but it just kind of started when I stopped, I guess. Because when I started doing Race to World First, you didn't need any alts whatsoever. Like when I joined Method, I didn't have any alts. I literally just had my main character. There was no split runs back then. Thanks 18 months, Arcesius. Thank you so much. The split runs was not really a thing. And then they became a bigger thing. They were definitely a thing when I was still Race to World First rating. Like, we definitely did split runs in Worlds of Draenor. We did split runs ever since then. But not that many, you know? Like, most of the time, you just did like a few split runs. Like maybe 4. Whatever. And then you were raid logging. Like when we killed the last boss, World First, I logged out of the game and didn't log back in until the next patch came out, yeah? Like, I'm not joking. You put a lot of effort into the raid at the very start, when a new raid came out. And then when you were done, you were done. Like, I logged out of the game, and sometimes I didn't log back in for like literal weeks. I would just... There was nothing to do. There was no, like, endless farm. There was nothing. Like, you were just done. And that kind of made it okay. Like, that made it okay for me. Like, it's always like a effort versus reward, right? Because I personally always absolutely, like, I like, in general, anything that's competitive, I like that. Like, I'm just, in general, a competitive person. And I like doing competitive things, right? So I always thought the trade-off is fine. Because getting Race to World First or competing for World First was always, like, when you actually won, it was a pretty incredible feeling, right? Like, you felt like whatever you achieved was, like, amazing. And the time and effort you had to put into the race was worth it. But then the time and effort you had to put into the race increased further and further and further and further, and the rewards did not increase. That's how Race to World First evolved over the years, right? Because getting Race to World First felt the same 10 years ago as it probably feels now, right? Because if you win World First, the feeling is the same, right? Sometimes if the race is a little bit closer, then it feels better than if it's like really one-sided. But as long as the race is close, it feels really good. And that's what you're doing it for. Because there's no monetary rewards. It's not like an official tournament, right? It's just something you do for winning. Right? Because you like winning, I guess. And as I said, the winning part did not change over the years. It's not that you felt better for winning 2 years ago than you felt 10 years ago. It feels the same way. But the amount of effort you have to put into Race to World First increased insanely. The amount of effort you have to put into being part of the Race to World First is incredibly high. And for me, it was already too high when I was still competing, like in Legion, for example. In Legion, I had to level multiple characters. I had to farm legendaries and multiple characters. And back then, it already felt like a bit too much to me. And it has only increased since then. Legion was still somewhat tame, I think, when it comes to what people did. But whatever people do nowadays is just absolute insanity. I actually cannot believe that people are still doing it. Like, the amount of dedication these players need is honestly just crazy to me. Like, I don't know, insanity what you have to do to be part of the racial versus. It's crazy to me. I don't know how anyone is doing that. And thanks for 18 months, by the way, Casey's. I have to use what? Lash tail? Oh, and then kill what? I already did this. Basilisk. Oh, okay. Do you think the overall talent base of players doing Racewell Verse will drop over time due to insane effort it requires now? I mean, the truth is, the amount of people that actually, like, I don't think that the players themselves will ever become, like, much less. But I do think the overall, like... So I personally think, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to, like, be mean or whatever, but I do think that the amount of skill that you need as a player to actually be part of the Racewell First is not, like, that high. I think almost, like, anyone... Not almost anyone, but there's so many players that could participate in, like, a guild that does Racewell First. So many. Like, they would be similarly good. Like, if you take a guild, and I'm not talking about something like Echo or Liquid or whatever, right? Because obviously those guilds are like, you know, like, there's a lot of people that want to go into those guilds. But if you were to join, like, a guild like Method or Pieces before they started, or Aversion, like, these kind of guilds that are competing, but, you know, like, don't really have, like, a super good chance of winning. I think those guilds, like, you don't have to be the most insane player to join them, I don't think, because you just need to be able to put in the effort. I don't think it's a super spicy take. I think it's just an obvious take, right? Because the amount of people that are really good at the game and are willing to put an insane amount of time and effort into the game to compete in Racewell First while almost making no money at all is very low. Like, there's not that many players that are willing to do that and are very good at the game. Because the effort is just way too high. Like, way too high. If the amount of time and effort you would have to put into Racewell First would be a lot lower, then yeah, there would be a lot more people that are participating. But the way it is right now, it's insane, you know? Like, it's absolutely insane. I'm telling you, there's so many good players out there that literally just don't compete because of the time and effort that he put into it, right? I mean, look at now. Even now, stop playing now, right? Because of the effort that you have to put in. And I think there's a lot of players like that. Which makes a lot of sense, right? Because if you really think about the amount of people that are part of the Racewell First guilds, it's very few. And do you really think that in World of Warcraft as a whole, there's only like 60 players that are good enough for Racewell First? No. Like, obviously there's a lot more people that could do it. And obviously I'm talking about, like, the players themselves. I'm not talking about a whole guild. Because a big reason why guilds are winning Racewell First is because of the whole infrastructure around them. Not because every player that plays in that guild is, like, the most insane player. It's because everything around them that is part of the guilds. Like, the analysts, the people that make Naguura, the people that think about strategies, like, all of that kind of stuff, right? That plays into it. I also do think, by the way, and this is something I notice a lot, that in general, it's very difficult to even become a really good guild in World of Warcraft nowadays, because the race will first is all streamed, and there isn't a single guild in the world outside of like 1 or 2 that have to come up with a strategy for a boss. And that kind of creates a scenario where you as a guild don't actually need the skill to come up with strategies on your own. You don't need that, right? So I do think that a lot of people kind of lost that skill, or maybe are also not that interested anymore. And no offense to like the guild I played PTR with, but I noticed it so much. Whenever I do PTR testing with like random guilds that are not like raceable first skills, it's like people give up immediately. They don't even try to come up with a strategy. It is so interesting to me because I personally really love coming up with ideas and strategies, and I like progressing things in general. But I think in WoW, that kind of thing was just lost. That's why Race to World First players also really liked Final Fantasy XIV to do blind raids. Like Echo and Liquid and a bunch of people that are doing Race to World First, they really like doing Final Fantasy XIV raids blind because they liked coming up with the strategies, right? And that's something they have to do in WoW as well, but only them. As I said, there isn't a single guild in WoW that has to come up with a strategy because they all just copy other people's strategies. There is no blind raiding in WoW. It doesn't really exist. And people also just kind of don't like doing it. I'm not really sure why. I personally really like doing it. But yeah, whenever I do a PTR test and we don't have a strategy for the boss, people just get so instantaneously frustrated. And they're just like, oh, this is too hard. Let's just stop. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's like people lose interest immediately. Yeah? I don't know. Yeah, this is getting nerfed anyway. Yeah, exactly. And I was just like, why wouldn't you just try your best and like come up with something and keep progressing it? I don't know. And these people just don't have the willpower, I guess, to do that. If they don't get like a reward for it. Because obviously it's PTR, so they're not gonna get loot or anything. People just don't see the fun in it, I guess. Which is sad, because I personally always like that a lot. So Race Duel first being broadcasted kind of ruined the fun for a lot of other guilds, I guess. Because it is true that in the past, before the Race Duel first was streamed, so many more guilds had to come up with strategies for bosses. And I like that a lot. But nowadays, no one has to do that, obviously. Because in the past, before it was streamed, you didn't even get a kill video up until 5 other guilds had killed it, right? And it was only 5 other guilds, so it still meant that most guilds had a kill video. But sometimes it was possible that you were on a boss. Like, especially if it was the last boss. Like, let's say you were an Archimond in Hellfire Citadel. Like, sometimes it was possible that there were, like, 50 guilds on a boss before the kill video was released. Because it took a decent amount of time until, you know, 5 guilds had killed the boss, right? So sometimes there were a lot of guilds on a boss without a kill video. Which created all of these, like, really cool different strategies. Because different guilds came up with different approaches and they did different things. And it was pretty cool to see it. And nowadays everyone just does the same shit. Which makes sense. Alright, so what do we want next? Probably Cosmic Rapidity, right? That should be... Let's go slow the first then. Hey, what? Do you have to talk to? Baron. Is Baron with me right now? Hmm. What could Blizzard do to reduce the amount of work it takes so more people could participate in Race of Affairs? I don't think Blizzard can do anything. I mean, the thing is, no matter what Blizzard does, they will always find a way to do something that is really degenerate, that just increases the amount of time and effort you have to put in. That's just how it's gonna be. The absolute only thing they could do is make it an official race. Because if it's an official race by Blizzard, then they can set the rules. But then it's not a Race to World First anymore. Because what makes Race to World First so fun is that it is a community-based event. Right? Like, that's the whole reason why it became so popular and it's, like, so fun. But yeah, as soon as it's a Blizzard event, it's not the same anymore at all. Like, it's gonna be something completely different. It might also just be a lot worse. Well, it's not necessarily, it could also be really good, right? Like, the problem is that we don't know what's gonna happen. And I don't think Blizzard's... Like, if you think about it in Blizzard's perspective, what is an esport good for? Like, what's the purpose of an esport for a gaming company? It's marketing, right? That's the only reason. The only positive outcome for esports is marketing. There's nothing else you gain from it. It's marketing and, like, possible sponsors, right? So you bring more players into your game, and you might be able to get a sponsor to pay you for the broadcast or whatever. That's the only gain. And now if you think about the Race to World First, there's already... The marketing part of it is already happening. Because the Race to World First is a big deal, and people watch it a lot, right? So the positive portion of the Race to World First is already there for Blizzard. Blizzard is already getting the positive outcome of it without having to pay anything really. Of course, they have to pay, you know, they have to put some effort into, like, developers fixing bugs and hot fixing and tuning it and blah, blah, blah. But they're not... There's no prize pool they have to pay. There's no organization they have to do. Like, they're saving so much money right now for not having to organize the Race to World First. There's absolutely no reason for Blizzard to actually get involved personally, unless they would think it would become bigger. The only reason they should get involved is if they for some reason think that if they get involved, the race is going to be bigger than it already is. Which would be like a really big gamble, because there's no way to tell if the race is going to be more or less popular if Blizzard makes it an official event. Because it could also just be less popular. And then what? Like, imagine Blizzard all of a sudden puts a lot of money into making the Race to World First official, and then there's less people that watch it. Then you literally wasted a lot of money to gain less marketing out of it. Which obviously would be pretty dumb. So Blizzard touching it at all and making it official is, I think, just like way too risky for them. There's just no real reason for them to even try. mean, there's definitely a lot of smaller things they could do. Like, there's a lot of things Blizzard could do to have people do less degenerate things in Racewell First. But the thing is, it always affects everyone. Whatever Blizzard does that affects the Racewell First, it almost always affects everybody, right? And that's bad. Blizzard stopped doing that at some point. They actually did in the past. In the past, they did a bunch of things that they thought would lower the amount of split rates people do. Blizzard specifically changed stuff to lower the impact of split rates and to have people do different things, like blah, blah, blah. Blizzard tried their best to, you know, have people do less degenerate stuff. And whenever they changed something, whenever Blizzard did something that they thought would lower the amount of effort people put into the race, it never works, ever. Every single time people tried something like that, the opposite was the outcome. So Blizzard at some point just gave up, which in my opinion is a good idea. I don't think they should touch the Racewell First. I don't think they should even attempt to make them like spend less time or effort, because they'll just do whatever they can. No matter what they change, they will always find a way to do something really degenerate. I think the very best example is the island farm in BFA. Because the Racewell First players were all farming islands 24/7 to gain a little bit more artifact power, to unlock a utility Asterite trait. Which was, in my opinion, like, the amount of things they gained from it was very low. This whole island spam thing was so unnecessary for any normal person. You gained so little from it. It's not that all of a sudden everyone did 5% more damage, you know? It was like, oh, I have 10 more stamina or whatever. And it was the most degenerate thing. And they were farming islands on all of their characters. And they had their buckets or whatever. And then they were just farming islands all day, every day. And it was the dumbest thing. And that's when I realized, no matter what they do, they'll just always do something incredibly degenerate. And they'll never stop. No matter what Blizzard does. Hey, Aya. Oh my god, thank you so much. Don't make me blush. How are you doing, Aya? All good? I'm actually so hot in here. Not just because Aya just complimented me, but because it's hot in this room. Wasn't for the +5 items at the center of the ring? No, I don't think they even reached that. I think it literally just like unlocked some sort of defensive utility trades that gave you more stamina or something like that. I don't think it was like +5 item level, because I don't think they even reached that. I don't remember exactly though, but it was really dumb. Like, it was really very minor. Wait, you can fly? At level 30? Or what? Oh my god, this crocodile just keeps following me. Oh, you can. Oh. Well, that's convenient. We should pick that up. I'm just completely, like, my brain is not in this leveling portion right now. If you haven't noticed, every quest takes me an hour because I'm literally autopiloting all of this, not even thinking about what I'm doing. I'm just following this arrow. And half the time I'm killing the wrong mobs, doing the wrong things, because it's just incredibly boring. Or we're gonna learn flying now. Maybe it's gonna be less boring then. Let's find a flying person though. I guess we can go up there. You guys see the Studio Hardcore clip? No! Can you link it? Wait, really? I tried to get tickets for the Final Fantasy Con that were actually just sold out. Oh my god. I just started playing Final Fantasy 14. The cool thing about FF14 is that you can always do the raids. Oh my god. I actually love doing blind raids in FF14. It's so much fun. I might not like the rest of the game that much, but I do love blind raids. I'm also not the biggest fan of ultimates, honestly. I think ultimates are just too long. I mean, yeah, they're difficult, but they're too long. I think Savage blind raiding is super fun, though. Ultimates are a bit eh. It's too long. Let's watch this.
Guys, has anyone ever found this Chen's empty keg? I've never seen it before. Oh, what the fuck? Dude, guys, all this shit wasn't here. Do you see that? Guys, what the fuck is this?
No!
That's the most scam shit I've ever seen. You see this shit?
Dude, what actually happened?
Guys, has anyone ever found this Chen's empty keg?
What did
I've never seen it
happen?
before. Oh, what the fuck? Dude, guys, all this shit wasn't here. Do you see that? Guys, what the fuck is this?
Oh my god, that is so sad. To be fair, he was only level 13, but it takes quite a while to level to 13 in Classic, so... Did he stop after this? Did he create another character? Yeah. Dude, I'd be pretty upset, honestly. I think he kept going again. He started over, yeah. Oh my god, we can fly, let's go. Someone said in his chat that somebody started a quest that spawned all that. Oh my god. That is so messed up, actually. Okay, I'll be right back 1 second, and then we're gonna continue our adventure. Certainly, I'm gonna make more than one level every hour. Be right back. Dude, I know. Oh, I am sweating in here. It's so fucking hot. Jesus. Hey, Lehan, thanks for 21 months. What's up? Um... Okay. Alright. Hey, Cheeky, can you tell me what it is about? Oh my god, this is like snail speed though. What the fuck is... Huh? Oh. Okay, now I got it. Kill elder tigers. Alright then. Yeah, bro, they are. They're loud. News for Android app, and you can get notifications when Wowhead posts new posts. Also, you can save posts. I'm sure you can, I guess you can link it. Just keep in mind that I have not seen this app, and I'm not necessarily supporting it. So if you guys want to check it out, do it at your own risk. I personally, I mean, I'm also not a big fan of Classic, but the reason why I am not a big fan of Classic is just because I don't like PvP that much. And I think, like, the big reason why Classic is fun is mainly, like, PvP. Because the PvE portion of Classic, it's not that people don't like PvE in Classic, because, I mean, people do like it. But I think the problem with it is that everything is already figured out so much that that portion of Classic is just gone forever. Right? Like, it's not like you see a boss for the first time and then you figure out how to do the boss. It's like, you know exactly how the boss works. And you just kind of... You definitely have to reprogress it. Because I personally have already played Classic in the past. Like, I did all of this stuff. And it's not that I remember everything perfectly. Like, whenever... If I would do, let's say, Black Temple again, I would obviously have to reprogress it a little bit. Because, I mean, I don't remember how all of this shit worked exactly. But, the thing is, everything is there already, yeah. So it takes away that part of the game, and I kind of like that part of the game, so... Yeah, and the whole leveling parts... I mean, I generally just really hate leveling. And in Classic, leveling is very... it just takes forever, and it's so boring. I don't know. I mean, I hate leveling in retail as well. Not that that would be any better. At least it's faster. Need to find Sindel. Oh, there. So know what the event this weekend is? I mean, it's just CGP. You talking about the event on Saturday? It's CGP, yeah? It's a tale of two types of gameplay. WoW always had people who just love to quest stack and people that love dungeon running. The heroic community are the quest stacking population. I mean, I don't think it's as simple as that, actually. I think it's a little bit more nuanced. Because people... Like, not everyone that likes dungeons plays retail, and not everyone that doesn't like dungeons plays like classic, or not everyone that likes quest stacking likes classic. I think it's just generally more nuanced in a sense that classic is just focusing on different things. Because there will always be different types of WoW players, no matter which version of the game it is. Like, even in retail, there's so many different players, right? And there's people that play retail that really like M+. There's people that play retail that really like the raiding parts. There's people that really like PvP in retail. There's people who really like transmog farming or leveling alts, pet battles. I don't know, like, it's very different, right? And it's the same in Classic. Classic is also, like, has different things. And just depending on which version of that part that you like, you enjoy more, it's really just that, right? I mean, somebody that likes farming transmogs probably doesn't like Classic that much, because obviously you can't farm transmogs in Classic, so... Said also when they'll send her the info, or does she have it already? I do have the info already. I mean, I know it's TGP, yeah? I haven't read the handbook. I will do that on Saturday. But I mean, I don't think it's gonna be anything special, right? It's TGP, yeah? I don't think it's gonna be very much different than that. I thought it was EVE Online. I mean, to be fair, the name... the name does sound like that. The quest second is a design meta created by Blizzard before on any MMO, and the heroic gameplay is essentially maximizing your quest stacking ability. Not saying anything about retail versus classic. Just what do you even mean by heroic? I'm honestly a bit confused. What do you even mean? HC, what are you referring to? You mean hardcore classic? Is that what you mean? Oh, I wasn't even talking about hardcore at all. I was just talking about heroic versus retail. Yeah, I was not talking about hardcore. And I mean, what do you mean by hardcore was invented by Blizzards? Because I honestly don't even remember hardcore being a thing up until the new classic came out. I don't think World of Warcraft actually was the first MMO to do this at all. Am I wrong? I don't think so. I actually think that doing classic and hardcore is not something that came from WoW. I think that comes from different games. Because in classic, like back in classic, like in vanilla, I don't think people did hardcore. Like that was not a thing. That was not very common at all. I've never heard about that in WoW at all. And I'm playing this game since vanilla, and this whole hardcore thing was never like a popular thing when the game was like still live. It only was a thing in the new classic, and maybe in like private servers. So you're just talking about quests in general to gain experience instead of farming mobs? Yeah, I'm not sure that comes from WoW either, but I'm also not sure what that necessarily has to do anything with anything. Are you saying people like classic in general because of questing? I mean, I don't really know the history. Like, I don't really know much about other MMOs. So I don't know if World of Warcraft was like the first game that mainly made you quest through level through questing, or if there were other MMOs that had the similar thing. I don't know about that. Maybe. Like the Lash Tail, actually? Oh. Yeah, Saria, I know. I'm probably gonna give up soon as well. Tool leveling part is just annoying the shit out of me. Yeah, the whole questing thing. I mean, I don't know if people... I don't know if that is the main factor people like it nowadays, though. Do you think so? I'm not so sure about that, because I think the whole questing part of WoW is not necessarily like a novelty anymore, right? I mean, maybe it was back then when Vanilla came out for the first time, but nowadays, it's really not something new. And people have done every single... Because the biggest problem with questing is just that it's always the same, you know? At the start, it felt new. At first, when WoW came out, and when people played WoW for the first time, every single quest felt like it's new. It's completely new, you know? It's like, oh, it's like all of these stories, and then, oh my god, you have to kill 10 mobs. Whoa. It's like, oh, I have to go into this cave and loot this chest. Oh, that's so cool. And nowadays, the amount of variety you can have with questing is obviously, you know, pretty limited. And nowadays, people that have been playing MMOs for a long time, they know every quest, you know? It's like, it's not a novelty anymore. It's literally like the same thing over and over in just like a different version. So I think nowadays people... it's not that I don't think that people don't like questing anymore. I'm sure there's still people that like questing. But I'm not sure if that's like the main reason why people like playing Classic. I don't think so, because, I mean... you can also quest in retail if you want to. You know, it's a thing, right? That is true. Like, finishing a zone, it's actually so funny how your brain just tricks you into thinking that something else will happen, almost. Like, when you're in a zone, you know, and you're close to finishing it, and you're like, oh my god, nice, it's like the last quest, and then I can move on. And then you move to the next zone just to do the same thing again. Like, it's not that all of a sudden something new is gonna happen. But somehow your brain gets like super excited. It's like this whole completionist thing, I guess. Where it's like, oh my god, I completed this zone, I can move on. But in fact, you're literally just doing the same thing, just in a different area. It's not that all of a sudden something completely different is gonna happen. It's just the same thing. But I guess our brain is tricking us into believing that something else is gonna happen. The anticipation of it, I guess. I'm not gonna die. Yeah, Doxy. I mean, the very interesting thing is as well that when I started playing Classic, like all the way back in Vanilla, I did like questing a lot. But I didn't read a single quest text. Like, I'm not joking. I did not care about the lore, ever. I had no idea what's going on. I never read a single quest text. Everything was in English. Back then, I didn't speak English. And the game was in English. Because language clients did not come out until later. Like, when Vanilla came out for the first time, everything was English. And I didn't speak English. So I was playing this game, not understanding anything. Like, I didn't understand the quest text, I didn't understand what's going on. Like, I was just... I was just, like, playing a game, right? I was on a German server, so I could talk to people that maybe knew English and knew what to do. And they had, like, the quest... like, you did kind of know what you're supposed to do. Even if you didn't understand English very well, you still, like... kind of understood what he had to do, but I basically didn't understand the lore. Like, I didn't understand the story of the game, but I still liked it a lot. I just liked, like, you know, doing the tasks, I guess, and then going back and finishing the quest. And it was also very social back then. Like, I almost always quested with somebody, some random stranger that I didn't know, because I was doing a quest, and then some other person was doing the quest there as well. And then they just invited you. So now you were 2 people. And then maybe you invited a 3rd person. And then you were just questing together. And without voice chat, though, obviously. You were just typing in chat, I guess. And I also never even asked these people, like, any personal questions, ever. I never asked, like, where are you from? What are you doing? I'm just like, oh, I just met these strangers in this online game. And I'm going to be questing with them now. Like... And I had a very good time. Oh yeah, I mean, I had a very similar story where I was leveling with a different... So I was playing Paladin. I leveled my Paladin in Classic, in Vanilla. And at some point, I invited this random person, and they were playing Druid. And they were playing a female Night Elf Druid. And I was like 14 years old, yeah? So I'm 14, and I'm thinking that every player that plays a female character is a woman or a girl, and everyone that plays a male character is obviously a guy. And to me, like, I didn't even think about it being any different than that, because I was 14. It's like, why would somebody play a woman if you're a man in real life? Like, I just, you know. So I was playing with this female Night Elf Druid, and I was under the impression that this is a girl. I never asked. I just assumed, right? And then we were leveling, like, for days and days and days. And at some point, this druid was, like, leveling ahead of me. And then we didn't level together anymore because they were ahead. And we couldn't level together anymore. So whatever. And at some point, we met again. And this was, like, months later, I think. At some point, when I managed to get level 60, I, at some point, met this druid again. I was like, oh, hey, what's up? Like, blah, blah, blah. And at some point, I said something that implied that she's a girl. And he was like, oh, no, wait a second. You thought I'm a girl? And I'm like, yeah? And he's like, oh, no, I'm a guy. And I was like, oh. What? What do you mean you're a guy? You're playing a female night elf. My whole world was shattered that day. Yeah. At that point, I figured, oh my god, who did I play with that was actually a guy that I thought was a girl? Oh my god. Did I soothe the spirit now? Oh, I have to use it on the other spirits. Oops. Oopsie. I understand. Oh, there we go. Did that work now? Oh, okay. Oh. Hey, sir. Oh. How low does this guy's V? I'm scared to kill it. Oh, there we go. It's just a self-imposed challenge. It's not a special mode. Top 10 anime materials, I know, right? I do remember being super impressed by the Illidan cinematic though when Burning Crusade came out. Even though I had no idea about the story and I never cared. Hey, there's roleplay going on? Oh, oops. Wait, the Demon Hunter left. He didn't die though, right? Nice, already 1,351 score. He's gonna be done tomorrow. Oh. Could be done tomorrow too if someone invites you to in class. Yep, that is true. Why should regrowth heal so much at this level? When I'm max level, it heals me for 10% of HP. Jesus. Hey, Anderson, good. How are you? Do you guys remember, like in actual Classic, how long it took to actually get certain items? Like there's sometimes where loot quests, and like every 50 a mob dropped the item. It was something. But back then you didn't care. You just killed 50 mobs, I guess. And you were having fun while doing it. And the worst part was, when you did it with other people, like certain quests were so bad to do with multiple players. Because as I said, I always invited like random people that I met. And sometimes it's really good to be multiple people. Because then, like if it was a kill quest, right? But if you had a loot quest, and you were 2 or 3 people, it took double the amount of time to get the items. It was horrible. Wait, I don't want to pull this guy, right? I'm scared. Yeah, the respawn rate was also really bad there. I'm doing this because my add-on tells me to do this. I'm following the arrow. Yeah, the problem with 5-man content is that it's always... Like, we have in Plus already, right? Which I think in Plus is really good. And Plus is obviously one of the best things they ever added to the game. And I do like 5-man raids. Like the idea of 5-man raids. But I think 10-man raids would be better. Because the problem with 5-man raids is that I think they would have to be way too difficult for them to actually be fun. You know what I mean? Because think about the mega dungeons they always create. I think mega dungeons are a really cool idea, but they're never hard enough to actually be interesting. Like, I don't know. You do them once, and it's like a... And it's not that you're progressing in this dungeon for like weeks. You go in there and you clear it in 2 hours, you know? Because the less people you have, the easier it is for you to clear content in general, right? Like if mythic raiding would be 10-man raiding, then it would just by default be easier. So to compensate for that, they would have to make the mechanics harder. And I think 5 people are just not enough people to make content very challenging, like in a raid kind of thing. So I think they either have to make it like super difficult, or they have to make like 10-man raids instead. Because I do think 10-man raids could be hard. They just have to make them hard differently. Because mythic raids are hard for multiple different reasons, but many times mythic raiding does not have like sometimes there's a boss And the difficulty of the boss is not your personal, like, mechanical skill, you know? But it's like meeting the damage requirements, meeting the healing requirements, and that kind of stuff. And I think in a 10-man raid, they could definitely change that and make it a lot more about you as a player being the correct spot, doing the correct thing, kind of like Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, yeah. See, I don't think so. Like, BRD style mega dungeons, that's what the current mega dungeons are. Like, the mega dungeons that we have right now, they are not any different to what we had before. It's just that people are just generally better at the game. And they just clear them quicker, right? Because when you think about BRD, it's not that that was, like, super hard. It just felt harder. Because you went in there without knowing what's even going on. It's not that you were it's not like you watched a guide before or anything. You just went in there and you kind of figured out what's going on. And that's what made it fun, I guess. But nowadays, mega dungeons are the same thing, but people don't enjoy them as much anymore because everything, you know, things are just different nowadays in general. Wait, there's a hole in the wall? Oh. I completely forgot that this was a thing. Yeah, we also had Uldaman and stuff like that, yeah. I mean, Uldaman was different, right? Because Uldaman was literally a 20-man raid. But Uldaman was 5-man, right? Or was it 10-man? Wait, was Uldaman 5-man or 10-man? I don't remember. It was 20-man. Where's Morbin Fell again? Is he downstairs or upstairs? Up, okay. Where's Sarah pointing over here? Well, I walked all the way over here. Now I'm here. Where's this guy? Wait. I hope he wasn't downstairs. Where's this guy supposed to be? Oh, he was on the floor. Inside the house? Do I have to click on this hat? I don't think he is here, because I walked in here earlier. And I clicked on his hat and he wasn't here, right? Or maybe it was just like a different face. Maybe he's here. I do like generally disagree with the fact that making hard. I think you can very easily actually make hard content for fewer people. I personally think that making hard content for fewer people is easier than making hard content for more people. Like, I think creating a 20-man mythic boss is much more difficult than creating a 10-man mythic boss. Because on a 20-man mythic boss, you have to be very careful on where you put the difficulty in. Because the difficulty of a raid boss can be many different things, right? The difficulty can be a damage check, a healing check. It can be a like fail thing, like where it's like if you don't stand over there, you die. If you don't do this, you die. Like blah blah blah. Like you have a bunch of different ways on how you can make encounters difficult. And I think generally speaking, it's easier to make 10-man content more difficult because you don't have to be so worried about making difficult mechanical checks / movement checks. Because if you have, like, if you look at a boss like Painsmith, I think a lot of people were really frustrated with Painsmith because it was basically like a individual like skill check in a sense that if you didn't do it correctly, you would die. You get hit by a spike, you die. You know, you put this thing in the wrong spot, you die. You get hit by a ball, you die, you know? So Painsmith was like much more mechanical than it was a damage or a healing check. Of course, there was damage and healing checks, but not really. It was mainly about each individual person having to stay alive. If every person survived and stayed alive and walked into the correct spot with their debuffs, then you killed the boss. And Painsmith was pretty frustrating for a lot of guilds, especially like lower tier guilds, because needing 20 people to do this correctly is obviously pretty hard. And it feels frustrating if you do it correctly, but other people in your group don't do it correctly. So it feels frustrating because you're doing it well, but you keep being held back by your team, right? But if you have less players, if you only have 10 players, then it's a lot easier because you only need 10 people to execute it rather than 20, right? That's half the amount of people that you need to execute this properly. So I think whenever you create a 10-man boss, you can just make it a lot more mechanically heavy rather than any kind of checks, you know? And I think that would be fun. I think people would like that, honestly, yeah. I personally think that people would love it if there would be some WoW bosses where you actually have to play the game properly in a sense that you don't have to play your rotation properly, but you have to like move to the correct spots, you know, like dodge here, do this, move over there, you know, kind of like Final Fantasy XIV style fights. I think people would love that. And I think 10-man dungeons would be, or 10-man raids would be the perfect like situation for that, or like the perfect opportunity to create more mechanically heavy fights. Okay, so where is this boss now? It's definitely not here. Why is this arrow pointing in a weird direction? It's not this guy. It's not him, right? Oh, in the crypt. Yeah, I remember. But that's like over there, right? Isn't that like over here? Isn't it down there? Dude, there's just so many mobs. He's looking at me. He's looking at me. Why is there so many mobs in here? He's here, right? How do we get through this? There's so many mobs in here. Dude, I'm just dead. I'm dead. How are there so many people? Huh? This guy's looking at me. Please look away. Thank you. Ah. It's okay, I made it. Okay, I'm here now. Okay, now what? I think I'm just gonna clear this from the back. Are these elite mobs? No, they're not. Okay, I'm gonna clear this from the back. Okay, these mobs seem pretty weak. It's fine. Oh, I would have come out of here. Look. Gross. I think this is actually where you come out. Is this new? I don't think I've ever been through this, like, pathway or whatever. This might be neat. This might be a neat thing. I don't know. Or maybe it's old and I just don't remember. I don't know. Maybe I never walked through this pathway. It's a secret corridor. It's been there since... Oh, since Cataclysm. Really? So it is new. So it wasn't there in vanilla. Ah, that's why I don't know. I never leveled. The last time I leveled was in fucking... I don't know, Wrath of the Lich King or something. Burning Crusade, I don't know. No wonder I didn't know this. Wait, all the ghouls died. And it says finish killing ghouls if needed. Well, what kind of ghouls do you want me to kill? The ones I stealthed through earlier? Well, great. Now what? Finish killing ghouls. Well... Great. Okay, thankfully I can kill those ghouls as well. Smorladim guy. Stay away from me. Yeah, all of this could have been a little bit easier, but it's okay. We're doing hardcore after all, right? I need one more. Come over here. They did a 17 academy. Nice. Looking good. Who died so? Who died? Ah, somebody killed Morladim and it didn't tag. Nay. Do you want me to go inside the cave? I don't think so. I think this add-on thinks I am I can't fly. Oh my god, these idiots tried to hibernate me. Look at them. I'm a moonkin, not a fucking cat. They're hibernating themselves. Discord holy for Rastagath? I don't think it matters. Oh man. It matters. Whatever you're better at. Whatever you're better at, I think. It's probably the play. I need to loot brain. Oh my god. That's disgusting. What are we doing with bear brain? But the guild is pushing me into holy, but I'm so much better at disc. They say no one runs disc on Rastagath. Excuse me, what? They say no one runs disc at Rastagath? Literally everyone plays disc on Rastagath. Everyone! Huh? Thanks for 18 months, Meowbib. What's up? That is really weird that they... I mean, I thought it was the opposite. I thought when you were asking me, I thought you want to play holy. And I didn't want to tell you to go disc, because if you're not a good disc player, then why would you play it? But I'm pretty certain in general, disc is just much better on Rastagath. Unless you already have a disc, of course. I mean, if you already have somebody that plays disc, then you don't want to have a second one. But if you don't have a single disc priest, I'm pretty sure you just want to play disc. Disc is super good on Rastagath. I mean, the reason why disc is so good on Rastagath is because of the shields in phase 2. Because you double scale with the shield as a disc priest, right? Because you gain more damage and more healing. And a disc, like, double scales with it, right? So disc is super, super good for a phase 2 shield, but if the phase 2 shield was nerfed, obviously, and if it's a non-issue, if... it depends what the most important thing is to heal, right? Because disc is really bad at healing debuffs in this transition. Because obviously there's an absorb debuff that gets applied in a transition, and disc priest is horrible at healing that in comparison to the other healers. Because obviously Disc is not a healing healer. It's an absorb healer. And you're gonna have a hard time healing the absorb shield away as a Disc Priest. Doesn't mean that you can't play Disc, because obviously the other healers can just heal the absorb and it's fine. But then at the same time, you also don't need a Disc necessarily for phase 2 shield, right? The thing is, at the moment, you don't need anything. The boss was nerfed quite a lot. So the damage that is incoming in the raid is healable with probably any kind of combo. Like, you don't need a Disc Priest. You don't need a Holy Priest. You don't really need anything. So at that point, you just play whatever you can do better, in my opinion. And if you're a better Disc Priest, then I would just say you play Disc. Personally. But I would tell that to anyone. Like, if someone asked me should I play Feral or Moonkin on Rasagath, I would just say play whatever you're better at. Because, at this point, mythic bosses are not necessarily about any kind of damage checks or healing checks or anything. It's just about staying alive and doing the mechanics properly, right? And I personally think that everyone should be playing the thing that they're personally the best at, because that means that you're gonna be playing the mechanics better, right? It's different at the start, like of course the first 50 or 100 guilds that kill Mythic Rasagath, they probably do have to think a little bit about, okay, which specs are good here, should we play this healer or that healer or whatever. But as soon as like 4 or 5 months into the expansion, into the patch, then you can kill the bosses with almost any kind of combination of classes and specs and whatever. At that point, I personally would never ask my guild members. If I was an officer in a guild, I would never ask anyone to play something that they're not like super comfortable with. I would just say play whatever you're best at. Because again, I think if you just execute the mechanics properly and you don't die, then you kill a boss. So, and people are obviously generally better at executing mechanics if they know the class really well. But yeah, if your guild wants to play Holy, well, then I guess you're gonna play Holy, but I would bring up the arguments. If I were you, and you really want to play Disc, then just say you like Disc more and you're better at it and you think you're gonna perform better in it, and yeah. You can destroy the story of Morgan now. What's that? Oh. I mean, even that you can do. Probably. You could even just not have a buff and it's fine. You don't really want to do that. I mean, I do think you want to bring all class buffs, but yeah. That's why that's another reason why I dislike class buffs. Because I do think that sometimes in a guild that is like a more casual guild, I do think sometimes people have to play a class that they really just don't want to play because they need a certain buff. And I hate that. I think it sucks if you are in a guild, like a mythic raiding guild that is super that is a lot more casual and maybe doesn't kill the last boss every time and stuff. And if one of your players has to play a class that they don't want to play because you don't have an intellect buff, so you need someone to play mage, or you need a warrior because you need shout. I don't know, I always feel like that's it's so annoying. Oh my god, level up, let's go. Oh, we got all of our titles now, apparently. Yeah, dubious. That sucks for sure. I remember, like, a long time ago, somebody asked me, like, a Moonkin player. It was like, hey, Naguura, could you, like, please take a look at my logs? Because I feel like I'm just not doing so well, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong, and blah, blah, blah. So I was looking at this person's log, and I couldn't figure out... Because usually, like, you can totally figure out what people do wrong through logs. And there wasn't anything obvious, right? And then I looked at this person's, like, item level and the gear that they were wearing. And it just felt so weird because... Like, I compared my own damage that I was doing with my Moonkin with this person's damage. So I looked at, like, my Star Search average damage and their Star Search average damage. And their Star Search was so much lower. And I was like, I mean, maybe it's a gear difference. So I looked at this person's gear, and they had pretty much the same gear as I did. And I was like, what the fuck's going on? Like, why is this person's Star Search doing so much less damage on average? Like, I don't get it. And at some point I figured out that they didn't have a fucking mage in the raid. They didn't have an intellect buff. They literally did not have an intellect buff. And I was like, what the fuck? Of course your Star Search is less damage. You don't have an intellect buff. And it took me so long to figure this out because that's not something that ever happens. Like, I would never do a mythic raid without a mage. Like, that is like so strange to me. So I never looked into it. And then I was like, oh well, yeah, you don't have an intellect buff. And they're just like, yeah, we don't have anyone that wants to play mage, and like they just don't have a mage, and blah blah blah. And I felt so sad in that moment for this guild. Because they're literally, like, fucking themselves. And everyone's doing, like, less damage. Because no one wants to play a mage in their guild. Which, you know, I mean... What can you do if no one wants to play mage and no one wants to play mage? And I just felt so bad for them. I was like, what the fuck? I do think that Mage is the worst class buff out of all class buffs. Because Mage is a pure DPS class. And there's no other pure DPS class that has a class buff, right? Because, I mean, Mark of the Wilds has 4 different specs. I'm sure you can find, you know, player that wants to play one of them. Then Demon Hunter's tank and damage dealer. So either one of your tanks plays it or one of your damage or one of your melee players, right? Monk is the same as tank, melee, and healer. And then Priest has, you know, healer specs or damage dealer specs. So all the class buffs have different options. Except Mage. Mage is literally just a DPS spec. So, in my opinion, that's the worst class buff. Because you can't just say, oh, our healer is going to play Mage. Or, oh, our tank is going to play Mage. No, you need a fucking range DPS to play Mage. Rogue? Well, Rogue doesn't have a class buff. Yeah, I mean, I do agree that Warlock has really important utility, right? They have health stones and gateway. But if you don't have a Warlock, that doesn't mean that you're like have a super big disadvantage. If you don't have a health stone, well, yeah. In the end, we're talking about like super casual guilds anyway, right? We're not talking about like top 50 guilds. We're talking about some casual mythic guilds. And if they don't have a health stone, well, they don't have a health stone. Half of them maybe don't even use it anyway, even if they had one, you know? No offense, but you know what I mean. So, if you don't have a Warlock in your group, well, then you don't have a Warlock. It's not going to be the end of the world. But if you don't have a Mage, it's kind of a big deal. Like, Not having eaten like that is like, oh, come on. Whoa, why is this guy attacking me? Stop. This guy looks dangerous. I also don't think lock gates are really that important. Like, are there any bosses where you really need lock gates like that much? I mean, I think you can do all bosses without a lock gate, right? On Earth, it's really nice to have though. Not having a lock, not having a gateway on Earth is really annoying. Still doable, but really annoying. Nah, you don't need a lock gate on. You don't need a gateway on Rasagath. Like, you literally don't. The wind was nerfed so much, I don't think you need anything anymore at this point. I mean, maybe a stampeding roar once or twice, or like a rescue or something. Um. I mean, I don't think that. I mean, I personally actually think that being reliant on the gate is harder. Like, I am not kidding. I think using gateway on Rasagath adds another difficulty to it. Like, you think it's easy, but I don't think it is. Because the problem with gateway, if you don't miss, like, if you miss the gateway, if your character is too far away from the gateway, then you're so reliant on it because you think you're gonna use it that you might fall off. So I think not having a warlock on Rasagath might actually be easier nowadays. Because nowadays the wind is so weak that you don't need a gateway, right? And I think if the players figure out how to not fall off, without the gateway, I think it might actually just be easier, you know? Because people rely on the gateway and then they mess up the clicking and they just fall off. Wednesday. Who are we talking to? I flew here to buy a griffin? Learn expert riding. I'm on level 40. Except battle for Astro of Tides of War. Okay. Is this supposed to be here? Hey, Paranoid, thanks to the 1 year. What's up, what's up? Yeah, I understand it's the start of VFA campaign, but where would I pick it up? It's not here, right? Also, why is it... Is this like a BFA version of the leveling guide or what? Just talk to Chromie. I don't see where it says that. And there it says talk to Chromie. Well, then where's Chromie? Isn't Chromie all the way over there? And asked to accept the Cataclysm thing. Eastern Kingdoms. Wait, what did I have to do? Oh my god, I'm confused. Maybe it was in the wrong time. Cataclysm.
Who would have thought someone named Deathwing would bring about so much destruction?
Well, let's just hope this is gonna work. Whatever we're doing now. Or we suffer today. It's already 8:30, what the hell? And we're only level 35. God, I was just so slow. To be fair, it's also really boring, so no wonder I'm slow. This guy's supposed to have a quest for me. Whatever, I'm logging out. Alright, guys. I'm gonna be leaving for today. Thank you very much for hanging out. I'm gonna quickly log on Nagani just to see if I have a vault. I'm pretty sure I do. What time is it? Well, this is good enough for Nagani. Come on. Like, this has to do. Alright, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you very much. Make sure you follow my stream if you haven't yet. Check out all my socials, obviously. Don't forget. And let's host somebody, yeah? Yeah, guys, we might give up on this challenge. It's just taking too long. It's too boring. I can't do it. It would be fun. Like, the plus part would be fun. But this whole leveling part is too boring. I can't do it. It's gonna take me forever to be max level. It's too boring. I'm sorry. If I was able to boost a character and I would only have to do the last 10 levels or something like that, I would have been fine. But like this, I did this for 2 days now and I'm level 35. It's gonna take me another 5 days until I'm level 70. This is horrible. We're gonna play in Plastic again tomorrow, guys. And Placidus. At least we gave it a try, you know? We did our best. And I didn't die, so... Let's watch D. D's playing some FF14. Dude, D has the hottest
metabolism rolling, making sure your blood sugar doesn't just spike.
VTuber avatar ever.
And apple
Look at that.
Mouse. Explain to me how this combo
Look at
has
him.
occurred. How have you got black pudding and applesauce together?
Black pudding and
Jim,
applesauce.
did you see Blackpink's Coachella session? I literally watched all of their Coachella.
I mean,
the
that
entire
sounds pretty
performance
good.
on my journey
They
into work
made-
today.
Or?
Edible.
not.
Yeah, exactly. Your nasties. I'll turn up to your house, but I need to rub you. Okay, what are you gonna take? My pride? What's left? Nothing. Take it, bitch. Find out where D lives so we can binge and cry together? Yeah, probably not. Like, you'll probably come here, and then I'll probably
Dude,
make
D
you
is
leave with more
hilarious.
things than you wanted to leave with.
I love
like
him so much.
trauma, you
He's
know?
so funny.
I had a skirt steak sandwich. Oh, okay, fancy. Wait, hasn't you made it from home, Joey? Or did you, like, take it into work? Or did you have it at work, sorry? I need to get better at doing packed lunches. I'm super lazy when it comes
Yeah, I
to
love
packed
his
lunches,
personality.
especially the night before. Like, I don't
He's
know if
awesome.
people wake up in the morning and make their lunch, but people should do it the night before. But the second the sun goes down, the second it's dark outside, and the second I've, like, just finished an activity, that's it. There's no way you're getting me out of my bedroom. See, I might just cuss someone out if they say that, but I'm nice, but my boundaries are strong. Okay, well, you know what? It took me a long time, Ping, to be able to put down my boundaries.